Judge, the only thing that I would, do I need to wait for the kind of people?
Oh, we get Con. Yeah. We walked right out. She's sitting in her office. Literally talking to me 2 nights ago. Glad I right there waiting for one of us to tell them to start. Okay.
Judge, if I could, for the record, it's my understanding that the state this morning at some point in time is going to call Dr. Daniel Brown, who's a pathologist in this matter. And of course, I have a continuing objection to the admission of the autopsy photographs. One thing I don't know, I mean, I've never been involved in a situation where it's been being live streamed or televised. I'm just concerned as to whether or not the streaming of this case is also going to include the photographs, the autopsy photographs, and I just would have an objection to that. I don't know what my objection is, but I would object to it as not being, I would not think for the purpose of transmitting this case to the general public over the airwaves that it's necessary to show autopsy photographs.
Well, unfortunately, the law does not distinguish between public courtroom when you come here in a public courtroom on television. And as far as I can tell, I don't have any legal basis for prohibiting particular stuff other than maybe a sexual assault victim's name or face or some very thing. So while I appreciate your concern and I don't necessarily disagree with you, I don't think there's any legal way to prevent them from broadcasting anything that is otherwise open to the folks if they were sitting in the courtroom. So your objection is noted, and I will deny any motion to take any action about that. I don't think I can do that legally.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you bring them in, please, Bob.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to go. Make sure your cell phones are turned off.
Use it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume. Mr. Dwayne, you can call your next witness.
The state calls Casey Cochran.
All right.
Can you raise your hand, please? You swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Casey Cochran.
Can you spell your name for court reporter?
C-A-S-E-Y. Last name is C-O-C-H-R-A-N.
And Ms. Cochran, how are you employed?
I am currently a pediatric nurse practitioner at Pediatric Convenient Care.
Okay. How long have you been nurse practitioner?
A year and a half.
Okay. And before that, were you in the medical field?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I was a RN previously at Primary Pediatrics for 9 years.
For 9 years. Okay. Were you working there November 17th of 2020?
Yes.
And what was your role at that time for primary pediatrics?
A nurse.
Okay. And so do you remember specifically the date that I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
Did something happen that day that was out of the norm?
Absolutely.
And what happened?
I was called from the front desk that somebody up front needed help. And so I went up front, but I guess I had passed the gentleman that had Karter, and so I met him in the back hallway and came upon a gentleman holding Karter who was lifeless, and we put him in room 4, laid him on the table.
Okay. When you say lifeless, what do you mean?
He was limp, eyes were rolled in the back of his head, mouth was open, not breathing, pale.
So you said you put him on the table in room 4? Okay. What happened?
Then I asked the gentleman what his name was, and he said Karter. And so I tried to stimulate him and said Karter, Karter, trying to wake him up. And he wasn't responding. And so then I checked for pulses and did not feel a pulse.
Okay. What happened? Well, let me ask you this. Did you know who the man that brought Karter in was?
I did not.
At some point, did you figure out who he was? Okay. So when you didn't feel a pulse on Karter, what happened?
I then lifted his shirt up just to check for air movement, but I didn't see anything. And about that time, a nurse practitioner walked in and was checking after me, and we started CPR.
Okay. And who all was in the room?
Initially, it was just me, and then Amy Wood, the nurse practitioner, came in and started chest compressions.
Okay. Was it just you two, or were there kind of a bunch of people following?
They were coming in as Amy walked in, but initially it was just me with Karter and the gentleman.
Okay. And so I think you said, is it Dr. Wood?
Amy Wood.
Amy Wood.
She's a nurse practitioner.
Okay, nurse practitioner. I apologize. She was performing CPR.
She started chest compressions.
At any point, did you guys get a pulse?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Was CPR the only procedure that was performed at that time?
When she started chest compressions, other employees showed up with the crash cart, and we started with the ambu bag and did the chest compression CPR.
What's the amber bag?
That is what you put around the nose and the mouth to breathe air into their lungs.
Was there any trachea that was put in, or
No.
they call it like a trach or
Yeah,
something?
no, sir.
Okay. Can you explain just what that is for the jury, please?
The trach.
Yeah.
We have access to that, but it wasn't done. But it's a tube, an artificial tube that would go down into the esophagus, into the lungs, and breathe for the child through the ambu bag.
Now, was there, I call it an AED machine. Did you guys have one of those?
We did.
What is that?
That is a machine that you put pads on, and it pretty much shocks the body to hopefully get a heartbeat going, or put the heart rate into a normal sinus rhythm, which is like a normal heartbeat.
Okay. And was that employed on Karter?
Yes.
And what happened?
The machine actually tells you if there is what they call a shockable rhythm. So it detect something that you're able to shock the heart. And it did say there was a shockable rhythm, and so we did all, we all cleared and shocked Karter.
Okay. And what happened after that?
His body was shocked, and then it kind of just went back flatline on the AED. There was no heartbeat.
Were there chest compressions?
We started that chest compressions, yes, sir.
Okay. And I think some of your coworkers called 911, correct?
Yes,
So at some point, did EMS arrive?
yes.
Okay. And what happened once they got there?
Once they got there, we got Karter on the gurney. Chest compressions were being performed as he was being taken out of the building all the way into the ambulance.
Okay. And what did you, so did the ambulance take him somewhere
No,
else?
they stayed in the parking lot for a little bit. I believe they were trying to get an IO on him because we couldn't get.
What is that?
An IO actually goes into the bone, and it's another way that he can get fluids or life-saving
So it's a different kind of IV?
solutions. Correct.
Okay, okay. And were they, so the EMS is still there trying to do that. At some point, did they leave? You see them leave, do you know?
I don't think I saw them leave. Like, I didn't visualize them leaving.
Okay. And when EMS had Karter, what were you doing?
I stayed outside with the gentleman that brought him in, just kind of consulting him, and I believe I asked where Mom was, and he was sitting like 5 minutes away, but I kind of just stood out there in the parking lot for a little bit.
Okay, did Mom ever show up? Was he on the phone at all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, did you overhear anything?
I did hear
And
the
of course,
gentleman.
please, I would object to that. I mean, that's blatant hearsay.
Well, it's a statement by a co-conspirator.
The objections are overruled.
What did you hear him say?
I heard the gentleman tell Mom on the phone, I should have brought him in last night when he told me to.
Okay. And, I mean, it seems, was that kind of the only part of the conversation that you picked up?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you know who was driving?
It was a Mustang. I don't remember the color.
Do you recall if you saw him leaving the Mustang?
Yes,
Okay. Was that when EMS had left?
I don't remember.
Nothing further on.
Mr. Grove, Chief, with you.
I do have a few questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cochran, my name is Jeff Brew. I'm a lawyer from Warner Robins. Here representing Ms. Davis. How long was it that you said that you worked for pediatrics?
9 years.
You were familiar with Ms. Davis?
I was not. I believe that I worked for Robert Ford, and I think that Karter was a patient of Dr. Waters, so it was kind of on the opposite side of the building.
Okay. But in any event, did you come to know that this child was a regular patient of your place of employment?
Yes, sir.
And on this particular day, well, I guess subsequent to this happening, you wrote a statement that you provided to, who did you provide the statement to, this written statement?
I was just told to do a statement, and I believe an officer came and picked the statements up. I think I handed it to my manager, who was elected.
But you were asked by your employer, everyone was asked to prepare a statement.
Yes, sir.
And you had stated on this document that you wrote that it was around 8:47 that particular morning. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when Mr. Benton brought the child in. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The whole time that Mr. Benton was with the child was he on FaceTime with Ms. Davis?
I knew that he was on the phone with her, but I didn't know it was FaceTime.
Okay, but they were talking to each other.
Yes, sir.
It was sort of real frantic.
Yes.
Everything was real frantic. And the child was taken to room 4 where you started doing some work on him, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice any bruises on his body?
I did not.
Did you notice any blood?
Mm-hmm.
And the concern was he was brought in first, he maybe had some sort of asthma attack, is that right?
I think we knew that was his history, and so we were just thinking it was respiratory issues,
Right.
not knowing the whole story.
Okay. But you didn't notice anything on his body that would indicate any sort of injury?
No, sir.
Was the child wearing a diaper when he was brought in?
He had on a pull-up and a t-shirt.
Okay.
That's all.
And in the pull-up, was there any urine in the pull-up that you know
I don't recall.
of? Was there any sort of bowel movement?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of. Just a second, Sean.
Okay.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Excuse Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Cochran. You're free to go or stay as you wish.
Thank you.
Dr. Brown.
All right.
Thanks.
Can you raise your right hand?
Sure,
Swear affirm testimony about today will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Can you state your name for the record?
Sure, my name is Daniel Brown.
Can you spell it for the court?
Sure, D-A-N-I-E-L-B-R-O-W-N.
Mr. Brown, are you currently employed?
It's part-time, yes.
All right, can you go ahead and explain that?
I worked with Georgia Bureau of Investigation as the medical examiner in Augusta for 15 years. And when I retired, I went to work for the city of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania for another 5 years, and then moved back to Akron, Ohio, because that's where my wife's family's from. And then those are basically the jobs that I've had.
For Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia.
City of Philadelphia, right, medical examiners.
And when did you retire from GBI?
2014.
2014? Okay. Did you ever come back and work for GBI in any capacity?
I do. After I retired, when I left Philadelphia and I came back to Ohio, I was contacted by GBI and they asked me if I would be interested in working as a part-time medical examiner. So I accepted that in June of 2020, and so I've been doing that ever since. I come back 1 week a month to cases, either in Savannah or Macon.
And can you explain what exactly the medical examiner does?
Medical examiner is a physician who's trained in forensic pathology, and we basically are charged with determining the cause and manner of death in whatever jurisdiction we're in.
So you perform autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of education do you have?
I earned a bachelor's degree at Kent State in Ohio. I earned my medical degree at American University in Coral Gables, Florida. I did my training in anatomic pathology, which is just general pathology, at the University of Tennessee. in Knoxville. I did my forensic training at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland in Baltimore. And after that, I came to work for Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I was the medical examiner in Augusta.
Dr. Brown, will you do me a favor?
Sure.
Will you pull that mic a little bit that way so it's in front of your
Oh, yeah,
mouth
sure,
when you
sure.
turn?
Yeah.
And there you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
No problem.
So let me back up a little bit. You said you got your undergraduate degree from Kent State?
Yeah.
And that's a 4-year degree?
Correct.
And what was your degree in?
Criminal justice and biology.
Okay, biology. And then you went to medical school?
Yes.
Okay, and how long was medical school?
4 years.
4 years, okay. And then afterwards, where did you go?
Then I went to University of Tennessee to do a residency in pathology.
And what is the residency?
A residency is after you train as a medical, no matter what type of physician you become, if you choose to specialize, you do a fellowship in internal medicine, cardiovascular surgery, whatever your interest is. My interest was in forensic pathology, so I did my fellowship, which is 2 years in addition to my 3 years at the University of Tennessee, which was general pathology. I did 2 years at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Baltimore, and that was my fellowship. And from there I went
How many years was that?
total, or you mean just for forensic
The
pathology?
residency and then the fellowship.
Residency was 3 years and fellowship was 2 more.
And in this residency, in this fellowship, were you actually performing autopsies?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, are you a board certified doctor or MD?
Yeah, certified by the Board of Forensic Medicine.
Are you still?
Yes.
And so this residency and fellowship, that's like training and performing autopsies, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Roughly how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
Over 15,000, I don't know the exact number. I do about 300 autopsies a year for the last 24 years, whatever it's been.
And have you had the occasion to testify in court about any of your autopsies?
Yes.
About how many?
How many times testifying?
Yes.
200 or 300. I mean, it's more than 200. I don't know if it's 300, but it's more than 200.
Of those times have you been deemed an expert in forensic pathology?
I have.
And is it all the time, some of the time?
I've never not been, but
Okay. So let me do this. So when you perform an autopsy, can you just give us just like a 360,000-foot view of kind of what that process is?
Sure. Whenever, and I'll mostly talk about it as far as Georgia goes, whenever we get notified by a coroner that there has been a death, then we decide with the coroner whether or not it's a case that needs to be seen. Some cases do not need to be seen by a medical examiner. If we deem that it is necessary to be seen, it's brought to our facility. The coroner brings it, and after the body's been put in a body bag from wherever the scene was, whether they died at the hospital or died at home or wherever, they get put in a body bag. It's brought to a GPI, medical examiner's office. First thing we do is we open the bag and we take photographs. And this is just to show, not just for our purpose, but for this kind of purpose, is to see what we saw whenever we received the body. After we've done that, then the body is, we do clothing, and we look for any signs of injury or any signs of pathology. And once we've done that and documented it, either written word or photographs, usually photographs, if there is any injury or pathology to document. After that, then we do either a limited autopsy or we do a full close. A limited autopsy would be somebody that had a history of heart disease and passed out at home. We may do a limited on them just to show that they actually did have, the coronary artery disease. Or a full autopsy. Full autopsy is we look at all the internal organs, the brain, all of the body's tissues inside. We look to see if there's any kind of injury or pathology in the internal examination.
Okay. And so, did you perform an autopsy in this case?
I did.
Okay. And so let me...
Judge, before we get too far, I have no questions as to the qualifications of this case.
And at this point, the state would ask the court to deem Dr. Brown an expert in forensic pathology.
We have no objection based on what I've heard.
He'll be so qualified.
Thank you. So, do you need a copy of your report to go over this?
I stuck one in my pocket. Okay.
All right.
You wanna use
Well,
that?
don't read from it. I just want to make sure you have it in front of you in case you need it.
Okay. What if I want to refresh my memory?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll handle that if we need
Okay.
to. So you received a body in this case, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the name?
No, off the top of my head. The deceased's name was Karter Ambrose.
How old was he?
He was 2 years and 10 months.
So you performed a full autopsy on him, correct?
That's correct.
Is an autopsy on a child different than an adult?
Well, we look at everything on a child, but we will look for things that maybe a child has, as a child would not normally be able to say to their parents or to their caretakers. So we look for signs of injury on children that are nonverbal, or they're one of the degree that they can talk to somebody and tell them how they were hurt or how they were injured, or what was happening with them. We usually get that from parents, and whether they've had high fever, whether they had vomiting and things like that. But we look for all these things, especially in a child, because we want to make sure that we cover all our bases as far as like injury and pathology.
Okay. And you say you're looking for injury, stuff like that, right?
Correct.
Do you document that?
We do.
How do you do that?
We do the photographs, and I document it in my report.
All right, so I have what's previously been shown to the defense counsel states Exhibits 2 through 11. Can you look at these real quick?
Sure.
You recognize them?
I do.
What are they?
These are photos taken at autopsy of this individual.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate representation of the individual or this child at the time you perform the autopsy?
They are.
Do they appear to have changed or altered in any way?
No, and we have our markers in the pictures. When we take a picture of anything, we have the case number of that individual, and it's in the photograph, so that we can show that this was our picture that we took.
And Your Honor, the state law firm of evidence states Exhibits 2 through 11.
They're admitted with the objection continuing.
So I think you said something about a number, right? So I'm going to, with the court's permission, put this on the overhead. And yeah, you can turn around and
Sure.
So is that the number that you're talking about?
Yes, this is an identification photograph. Everybody that comes to the office, they get an identification photograph. It's just a placard and their face shot.
So when you, this is kind of the beginning stage, right?
This is right at the beginning of the autopsy.
And so when you were getting ready to perform your autopsy, did you have any impressions as to kind of what may have caused the death or any backstory on why he was there?
As far as the backstory goes, we were told that it was taken to his family pediatrician because he had been having breathing troubles and had been given breathing treatments. And then when he was at the pediatrician, he was unresponsive, so the pediatrician began resuscitative measures while he waited for EMS, who then, I guess, took him to the hospital.
Okay. And so I guess it was your impression that maybe you were looking at some kind of respiratory problem?
That's the impression that we were given at the beginning, was that this would sound like a child with some type of inflammatory awareness.
And when you performed your autopsy, did you find any evidence that there was some kind of disease, respiratory disease?
No, we did not.
Okay. What did you find?
We found, well, first of all, an external examination, we found a lot of injury on the body. And the recent injury, there was nothing there, like such as a scab. It would have been, I would describe that as an older or remote injury because it's been already scabbed. These injuries were all within a recent time frame. There weren't hours between them. So then I just note those, and I note those on the body.
Okay, so what external injuries did you look at?
We saw some abrasion. Abrasion is just a scraping of the skin. We saw abrasion around the nose here. We saw some contusion, which is bruising around the corner of the mouth and on the inside of the lips. I'd have to look at the report, but I'll
So
say.
if you need to look at your report, go ahead.
Right, the right nostril is a red abrasion. That's the way I describe abrasion. If it's an older abrasion, they dry, eventually they become a scab. But if they dry, there's no fresh hemorrhage or anything, and it has a kind of a brown color to it. When I describe it as red, that means that's from either the contusion, if it's contusion, or it's from the abrasion, it's the hemorrhage from an abrasion. This was, I had an abrasion on the right upper lip, an abrasion on the left upper lip, and an abrasion on the mucosal surface, which is the inside of the surface of the lower lip, So that's a contusion on the inside of the lip. There were a couple brown, red, blue contusions, which are recent.
Where were they?
Oh, this was on the left side of the face. Some injuries, contusion. A small contusion on the right chest, adjacent to the sternum, next to the breastbone. A round red contusion on the right upper abdomen, along the costal margin, which is right where your rib cage, if you feel your rib cage, that's the costal margin. Blue-green discoloration on the abdomen, that's another contusion. Red contusion on the abdomen, overlying the umbilicus, which is your belly button. A squared red abrasion, a couple of them, on the underside of the scrotum. So just underneath the scrotum. And a couple of small linear red abrasions on the right mid-abdomen, so the middle of the abdomen.
So I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 3. You can look at
Sure.
it behind you. So what are we looking at in this picture?
This is the,
I didn't know.
Unfortunately, the laser pointer does not work very well on
Okay.
my new fancy TV screen. So
If you
feel
need-
free to stand up,
Yeah,
doctor,
stand.
if you need to, but I want you to speak up real
Oh, I
loud
will, okay.
for the jury.
All right, I will. This is a contusion around the cheek here. This is some dermatitis. If it's not really, it looks worse than it is. It's not really. This is some kids get that chafing. But this is the contusion. That's a red contusion right there.
So let me just focus on that
Sure.
contusion that you're
Sure.
talking about.
Sure.
When you say contusion, what do you mean?
A contusion, I'm sorry, is a bruise.
A bruise? Okay. So
It's the blood vessels under a bruise. The blood vessels are broken, but they have not broken the surface. So then that discoloration you see is the hemorrhage underneath.
could that contusion that you're referring to in this photo on his cheek be some kind of reaction to something else, like an allergic reaction?
No, that's not.
That's not an allergic reaction. I'm going to publish States 5 now. And what are we looking at in States 5?
These are the contusions I talked about on the upper lip. This is the mucosal surface of the inside of the lip. And that's a contusion on the inside on the hand side.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. So the CPR was performed on this child. When you're doing an autopsy, do you look for signs or injuries that could be a result of CPR?
Yes.
Okay. And what would those be?
Well, in adults, it's usually fractured ribs
Okay.
from compressions, because the AMTs work them very hard. And but in a child, most of the time we don't see injury because the child, especially for someone under the age of 4 or 5 years old, their lungs or their rib cage is still very pliable. So you can put a lot of pressure on that without causing any breakage or anything like that. I didn't see any signs under with the sternum or around the ribs of hemorrhage.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't quite ask you the question I meant to ask.
Okay.
So oftentimes when people are trying to keep someone alive, do they give like trachea? Do they try to get oxygen to them?
Right.
Okay. And do you look for injury from that?
Oh, yes, we do. Yes, well, he had an endotracheal tube somebody put in, which I can't just count that as not being part of the injury on the lip there.
Okay.
Up there, not so much, but here, that's in the same place where they replaced the endotracheal tube.
The upper lip, not so much?
Not so much on the upper lip, because the tube went in here and down.
Okay. And as part of that, so what is this little part right here?
This,
Yes.
that's the frenulum.
Frenulum? Okay.
And that has a little bit of confusion on it, but that, again, that could be possibly from the endotracheal tube.
Okay. So I'm going to publish now States Exhibit 6. I apologize for the glare. I'm trying my best here.
Okay.
What is being depicted in this photograph?
On this, I'm just showing, or we're just showing there were some areas of bruising or contusion on the abdomen. And that's what these little areas are right here around, and this is on the right side of the abdomen right here. And that's where those injuries are. This is the costal margin, or the edge of the rib cage would be right down along here.
Okay. So you said areas plural.
Yeah, there's several.
Several. So can you specifically point in that picture to where they are?
This I will need my report. Red contusion on the right upper chest adjacent to sternum. So that'd be this one right by that. There's a well-healed scar that has nothing to do with this. But it's right beside that well-healed scar is a contusion on that one. There was one on the midline abdomen along the upper margin. That would be this right up here. Those areas right there. There's another red contusion on the left upper abdomen along the costal margin. So that would be this contusion. This is the costal margin right here. So it'd be right in that area there. That's what that discoloration is. And then the others are other injuries on the body.
Yeah. So, and this is States Exhibit 8.
This just shows some of the same areas of hemorrhage around the umbilicus, the belly button. There's some contusions around there that I measured and took photographs of.
So how many injuries are to that would you locate? Six
different.
And you found other external injuries, correct?
Yes, there was abrasion on the underside of the scrotum.
Okay, and this is States Exhibit 10.
Yeah, this is an abrasion, not a contusion. It can be contused abrasion. It can have an abrasion that also has hemorrhage around it under the skin. And this is the abrasion though, right here. And then there's some contusion around that. But this is the injury that's right underneath the underside of the scrotum, which is right in what they call peritoneal area, right underneath between your buttocks and your scrotum.
So you can have a seat.
Oh,
Sorry, thank you.
sorry.
All right, so we just talked about the external injuries that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of the autopsy that you performed on the child, did you find any internal injuries?
We did.
What kind of internal injuries did you find?
The major internal injury that I saw was a laceration of the liver. And I'll refresh my memory here with how long it was. A 2.5 inch laceration of the liver at the attachment of the falciform ligament, which is where liver has a right lobe and a left lobe, and there's a ligament that goes right between them. It's right next to the largest lobe of the liver. There's 2 lobes. Largest was on the right.
Now, I think you said it was either the main or the major injury that you located.
There was other hemorrhages in here.
Well, then let's talk about those.
Okay,
You
sure.
want
There
all of the internal injuries that you found?
Okay, sure. There was a hemorrhage on the scalp. When we reflect the scalp, what we do, we reflect the scalp means that we open it. In other words, we make a cut across from one side of the head to the other. And then we take the scalp and pull it forward this way and pull it forward and back. And then that in the right and the back right, I think it's the back right, right posterior parietal, which is back in this area, there was hemorrhage in the scalp there. So that was indicate that there was some type of trauma in that area. Something caused that hemorrhage in the scalp. Also, there were there was also at the vertex. There was some hemorrhage at the vertex, which is the top of the scalp. The anterior abdominal wall muscles, in other words, your 6-pack or whatever you want to call those muscles in the front, the rectus abdominis muscles, there was hemorrhage in those. So that's from some time of trauma to those muscles that would cause them to bleed. The tissue in the mesentery. What the mesentery is the fat, in your small and large bowel, kind of goes like this, fish like back and forth through your lower abdomen. And between that, what holds that together is mesentery fat. And there's a lot of blood vessels in there. Well, there was hemorrhage in these blood vessels and in the fat of the small and large bowel. And then the laceration of the liver was that was the major injury that I saw. And about 200 ml of blood, which is
When you say ML, what do you mean?
milliliters. I'm sorry, 200 milliliters of blood, which is probably the size of the amount that would hold in a cola can. There was hemorrhage in the pancreas, which is right there with the small, right next to the small valve. There was hemorrhage in the testicular cord, which is the cord that holds the testicles. So near the same area as that abrasion was. And there was some serosal hemorrhage of the intestines. Serosal surface of the intestines is just the top surface, and there was some hemorrhage in that. Also from trauma.
All right, so this is State's Exhibit 11.
Okay,
What is that?
that's this is the right lobe of the liver. The liver sits right up here under your diaphragm, or right below your diaphragm. And this falciform ligament is this thing right here. And it's right in the middle between these 2 lobes. Like I said, this is the right lobe of the liver is large, and it tapers and gets smaller over this side. But there was trauma to this part of the stomach that caused that to tear. The liver is a pretty solid organ, but it's still very friable, meaning you can tear it or push into it easily.
Okay.
So it doesn't take much force.
Sit back down. So as part of your role as a medical examiner in performing the autopsy, do you determine whether there's a method and manner of death?
We do. Our job is to determine cause and manner.
Okay. And what information do you use in order to make that determination, provide that opinion?
Well, partly is we base it upon the coroner and law enforcement because they would tell us what circumstance would require this person to see, to brought it to us to be the autopsy. The other thing is then we take into consideration what injuries we see, and is it something that would be consistent with one, incident, or could it be consistent with several different incidents, especially with child?
So when you say incident, what do you mean?
I mean, was it just one thing? Was it just a lacerated liver, or was there other things that we can document that were? So that's our part of our job, is to determine all these different things, whether what one or which ones contributed to this person's demise.
Okay. And did you find just one thing?
The main thing was hemorrhage was the main reason. The laceration of the liver, hemorrhage, and the hemorrhage in the abdominal, the intestines, things, that all collectively contributed to that.
Okay. You said collectively.
Yeah.
But there's evidence of other injuries, right?
The injuries, the external injuries were all ones that we would consider, those. We look for something, especially in the shop, we look to see what kind of injuries they have. You know, in children, a lot of the injuries that we see on a child are not necessarily in this case, but when children will see where if they're a toddler or something, they may have scrapes and things like that from walking into furniture or falling down or things like that. But we don't see a lacerated liver with that.
Okay. Well, when you performed the autopsy, I mean, did you find any of those bruises or scrapes on any of his extremities?
Not on the extremities. It was mostly on his mouth and his abdomen.
Okay. So what, in your opinion, was the cause of death?
It was a blood force trauma of the abdomen and the liver.
Okay. And was that laceration of the liver?
Correct.
Blunt force impact?
Correct.
Laceration of the liver? Okay. And what was the manner?
The manner of death we determined to be homicide.
Okay. So you said that you based this on kind of the information that you gathered plus the autopsy, whatever you find in the
Right.
autopsy. Is this a scenario where it could be an accident?
In this case, no.
Okay. Why do you say that?
These injuries are ones that it doesn't support an accident. If a lacerated liver is something I see like a car accident, lacerated liver is serious. I mean, that's a major injury. And the story that we were told, or the information we were provided, didn't indicate that this child had been in any kind of situation where he would get an injury to his liver that devastating.
And you say it's a major injury, and I think you kind of put it in the context of a car accident.
That's
Are you referring kind of to the force that's needed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. How much force do you think is needed to lacerate the liver?
Well, it would take a significant amount because the liver is somewhat protected by the abdomen, so you've got to put some force onto that. And the reason I say car accident is because we do see that in car accidents. We see a lot more injuries than just that in a car accident. But this was directed, focused on that abdomen and that liver. In other words, this was to get that falling down on your belly. You're not going to get a lacerated liver. Falling out of a bunk bed, you're not going to get a lacerated liver. The only way you would get that is if you fell onto something. And it would have to be something significant that was hard, that enough that whenever you fell on it or were high enough to fall on it and hit it hard enough to push in far enough to lacerate your liver. We don't see that in kids.
And is it fair to say that if you did fall off a bunk bed and land on a traffic cone, you would see one impact?
Well, yeah, if we're talking about like one of those plastic cones or something like that, and that would have to, in my mind, that plastic cone would maybe not even, but that type of shape, it gives you a focus. A focus point is the top of that cone. If you're falling from a height and you hit that, possibly went in, in deep enough through the bowel and hit the liver and lacerated. But it just falling from the bunk bed or something like that, I wouldn't expect to see a lacerated liver.
Could this potentially have been caused by CPR?
It's unlikely. The reason I say that is because the CPR that from what I understand, that was performed was done at the pediatrician's office. And a pediatrician would know not to push on the abdomen to do CPR.
So when you're doing CPR,
You push on the chest over the line of the sternum.
okay. So let me ask you this. So it took a while for this report to be generated, right? Your autopsy report.
It takes a little while, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I think this one probably took longer than normal.
Well, we had to wait for toxicology results, and we had to
Okay.
wait for histology results,
Okay.
which is looking at tissue under the microscope.
Okay. And so, I think, were you able to determine the time of death?
No.
Or, excuse me, let me rephrase that. A time for when the injury occurred.
I can't give you, I mean, it wasn't days, it was probably hours.
Well, and that's what I'm referring to. So, do you recall a number of months later that there was a meeting with some people where you guys went over it and
Well, I
discussed
went
it?
over with the chief there.
With the chief?
The chief medical examiner, his name is Jonathan Ives and staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, was there a time frame for the injury?
I would have to look back, I'm not sure, Jonathan's very good at what he does, but I don't remember.
No, that's okay.
He gave us
That's
the
okay.
time.
But you just recall that there was
Oh,
another
yeah,
medical
this was-
examiner
right,
who
this
was
was
kind of
important.
involved.
Right,
in
this
this
was an important case to look at very carefully, so I included the chief medical examiner, and I don't remember if there's anybody else, but we went over the case. And I'm sure if he came up with a timeline, I just don't remember it.
No, I don't have anything further at this time.
Mr. Greer, peace with you.
Thank you, Howard. Dr. Brown, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jeff Crew here, representing Ms. Davis in this matter. Let me, some of the things you just talked about, you know, the autopsy report that you signed off on was several months later, is that correct?
I'm going to look, but you're probably right. It usually takes a while.
Okay, the death was on November the 17th of 2020, and you signed off on this report on September the 29th of 2021, is that correct?
Report here. Yes, that appears to be correct.
That would have been over 10 months later, is that right?
Correct.
And you, in answering the questions of Mr. Dwayne, you just mentioned that a lot of times you waited for the crime lab reports as far as toxicology and things of that nature, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're aware, are you not, that the toxicology report that was done by Amanda Cook was completed on December the 16th of 2020. Do you have any recollection of that?
Oh, I don't have that in front of me, but that sounds right.
Okay, so it was about a month after the death, is that right?
That would be about right.
All right. And then there was another report done by Carla Turner, forensic toxologist, in your office that was completed on December the 23rd of 2020. Does that sound about right?
If that's on the report, yeah. That's
Okay.
fine.
So, I mean, were there any other reports that you were waiting on in a period of time from basically Christmas of 2020 until you signed off on your report at the end of September of the next year, 9 months or so later?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And you had mentioned that I guess your superior was Dr. Eisenstadt, is that correct?
Yes, he was the chief at the time.
And I guess from time to time you met with Dr. Eisenstadt concerning the cause of death in this matter.
I don't know how many times we've met. He is. You have to remember, I live in Ohio, so I come down 1 week a month, either Macon or Pooler, Savannah, to do cases. So whenever I would be able to see him, would only be whenever I go up to headquarters.
Okay.
And if you say we have several meetings, I'll take your word
All
for
right.
it, but I don't remember.
And Mr. Dwayne just asked you some questions about when you met with Dr. Eisenstadt and other people in your office. Later on, in September of 2021, to go ahead and get this autopsy report prepared. Is that right?
Yes.
And this was something that was done online with you and Dr. Eisenstadt and the district attorney's office here and the sheriff's department here, Houston County Sheriff's Department, do you recall that?
And I was here for that. I remember meeting with Eisenstadt, but I don't remember meeting online, if that's the case.
Well, I mean, do you remember talking to the district attorney's office about your findings?
Not until recently.
Okay. Okay.
Because this was a case from 5.5 years ago, so.
Sure, okay. But nonetheless, you wouldn't disagree that your office, being the GBI Division of Forensic Sciences, talked with the district attorney's office just immediately prior to you issuing or signing off on your autopsy report. Is that right?
That I don't know. I don't know who they talked to before I signed off on my report.
Okay. But you recognize that it was several months later.
Yes, this is during COVID too. Whenever I would, so
Sure.
when I came down, there were times of the lab to be closed, and
Right.
so,
And there was there ever any concerns that COVID may have been involved in this child's death?
no.
Just a second, man. Dr. Brown, let me just ask you this. I take it that the autopsy was done within a day or so of the child dying, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And this was done where? At the facility in Macon?
It was. Yeah, Central Lab, that was it.
Okay, Central Labs in Macon or Dry Branch actually?
Correct. Dry Branch, yes, that's the town, whatever.
Who all, as far as the photographs that were taken, who took those photographs? Did you take them or did?
No, I directly who took them. They were taken by our autopsy assistants. There's what they call death investigation specialists and pathology, forensic pathology assistants, and they're the ones who take all photographs.
All right. But in any event, and you were told originally that the child had some asthma problems, is that right? Some respiratory problems?
Yeah, suppose they had breathing problems, and the story that we were told was that the child had breathing problems, that the boyfriend, caretaker, said the breathing problems, contacted the mother. Mother said, he said he gave him breathing treatment, and he gave him another breathing treatment, evidently that didn't work. She said take him to the pediatrician.
All right. Now, you testified as to that you noticed some injuries to the top of the head or the back of the head. Is that right?
Yeah, some scalp hemorrhage.
Okay.
There was no injury to the brain or the skull.
Okay. But none of that contributed to the child's death.
That shouldn't have, no.
I mean, not at all. I mean, that's just typical in the child's existence. Is that fair?
I don't know that it wasn't part of the continuum, whether the child was receiving blunt force trauma at the same time. I don't know, but no, the scalp hemorrhage itself would not have caused this child's death.
All right. Now, in your report, or there was some talk about this child that the injuries could have occurred anywhere from within 24 hours to 72 hours prior to the child's demise. Is that correct?
And that was in my report?
Well, I mean, do you recall Dr. Eisenstadt telling you that was?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay at this point.
I don't think Dr. Eisenstadt's conclusions can come in. You can ask this witness if he reached that conclusion or not.
All right. Well, did you reach that conclusion that it was within 24 to 72 hours?
No, I didn't put time on it.
You didn't put time on it?
I mean, it was recent, but it was not, I can't tell you how many hours.
I mean, could it have been an hour before the child's death?
Doubtful.
Okay. Could it have been been a week before.
No, because some of the injuries would have healed.
They
Some of the injuries would have been in the process of healing. So we wouldn't have seen all the injury that we saw. They'd all been scabs or something, some of the injuries in the mouth, injuries on the body would have healed, or they've been in the process of healing. In other words, scabbing over. So, you don't get a scab the next day.
Okay, but did any of the injuries that she showed around the mouth there, did that contribute to the child's death?
No.
Okay. I'm talking about a lacerated liver.
That's correct.
Okay. And I understand that there's a term called lingering liver bleed. Is that a statement?
That word, I've never heard that term.
Okay. But we don't know when the injury occurred, do we?
I do not.
I mean, it's something that could have happened. As far as the liver is concerned, is that something that could have happened within, say, 6 hours of the child dying?
The liver was lacerated and it bled, and it just depends on how fast it bled. I don't know how long it took for it to happen.
You don't have an educated guess as to, I mean, if it was an hour before, or 6 hours before.
Sessions overruled.
I mean, do you have an educated opinion as to when it could have happened?
No.
Or how it could have happened?
It happened from blunt force trauma.
Okay. What is blunt force trauma? I mean, from a car wreck, you've already established that, but from...
They didn't tell me he was in a car wreck.
Okay. All right. I mean, it could happen from someone hitting someone with a baseball bat.
Oh, absolutely could.
Okay.
Significant trauma to the abdomen caused the laceration of his liver.
And you don't know how that significant trauma occurred,
I do not.
or any suppositions how it
I do not.
Just a second, John, please. And once again, as far as the liver is concerned, would there be any, besides the laceration, any other injuries to the liver?
There was only the laceration that I saw.
Okay. And your testimony was that you saw some other bruising on the outside of the body, is that correct?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the lacerated liver?
The ones on the contusions or bruising on his abdomen most certainly could have, because it also contused and bruised the inside of his internal organs. So that's where the blunt force trauma to the abdomen, and that's where the liver is located.
If a person has suffered from a lacerated liver, is there any way of telling or showing as to where the blood would exit the body? I mean, would it exit the body through urine, through a bowel movement of some sort?
No.
No? Okay. I mean, would blood come out of someone's mouth or nose or ears or anything like that?
It's in a confined space. The liver's in the peritoneal cavity. That's a cavity. There's no conduit out to the outside world from there. And it would stay in the cavity and loculate or collect in soft tissue like the adipose tissue, the blood, or the fatty tissue that surrounds these organs. And that's what we had.
And it could stay there for days.
It would usually, if it stayed there for days, it would have been clotted. Eventually it would clot. This blood was not clotted.
Just a second. Let me ask this question: if there were some evidence that in the hours or days previous to the child's demise would there be, could you infer from your opinion that the child would have thrown up blood or vomited blood?
No, no. I mean, the vomiting from being of a blow to the stomach is common for anybody.
Okay.
Okay, but I don't know. I guess I don't know what the question is. If he threw up, it wouldn't be blood. It would be whatever's in the stomach contents.
Okay, but it would, I guess it would have nothing to do with the lacerated tumor.
The liver is in the same cavity as the bowel and the stomach, but they don't interconnect in any way. In other words, the liver tears, the blood, it comes out, goes out and into the tissue and muscle, and the fatty tissue around it, and it would stay there.
But have you seen situations happen where there's been a lacerated liver for a longer period of time than 24 to 72 hours?
Where it's been longer than that?
Yes.
Not being treated? No, I haven't seen that. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Brown?
No, you don't.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. And you are free to go stay as you wish. You may be excused.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Eisenstadt. Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm testimony about you to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. Can you say your name for the record, please?
Jonathan Eisenstadt.
Can you spell your name for the court report?
Sure. JONATHANEISENSTAT.
And how are you currently employed?
Currently, I wear a couple hats. I still perform autopsies at 2 medical examiner offices, Cobb County in Metro Atlanta and New York City, where I did my training. So I go there about once every month and a half or so to do cases. I also do autopsies for 2 Emory hospitals, St. Joseph's and Johns Creek. And then my other hat is doing consulting work as an expert witness in forensic pathology.
And so, let me see, did you work for GBI at some point?
I worked for GBI for a while, yes.
And how long did you work for?
So I started as an associate medical examiner in 2006. In 2014, I became deputy chief, so second in command. And then in 2015, I became the chief medical examiner, which I stayed in until January of 2022, I believe.
Okay. And so the chief medical examiner, so you kind of oversee everybody who's performing the autopsies and so forth.
Right, I still did autopsies, but I basically ran the state death investigation.
And let me back up. If we can talk about your education, your educational background, you can tell us.
Sure. So after medical school, I actually started in surgery. Realized it was not the profession I wanted to stick with, so I transferred out of that after a year and a half and started general pathology training. That's if you go to the hospital, have surgery, anything taken out, that goes to the pathologist, look at it under the microscope, and at the tissue itself, make the diagnosis, let your doctor know, the doctor lets you know if it's cancer or something else. I did that for 3.5 years, and then did a year of pediatric pathology, which is, again, the same thing as that hospital pathology, but now focusing on everything from fetuses up to around 18 years of age. After that, I did a year of forensic pathology training at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office, and stayed on one more year and did forensic neuro and forensic cardiac pathology training, which is looking at brains, spinal cords, hearts, vessels, things of that sort.
Roughly how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
I'm somewhere between about 4,300 and 4,400 right now.
And of those that you performed, how many are on children?
Oh, well, during my fellowship in pediatric pathology, I don't remember the exact number, but it was probably somewhere around 100 autopsies on children. And then throughout my forensic career, throughout my forensic career, probably in the hundreds, because it's everything from children in like car accidents through quote-unquote SIDS, which is a different terminology now, and child abuse cases.
And of the times that you have performed an autopsy, have you had the occasion to testify to your findings in an autopsy?
I have,
Okay. Roughly how many times?
in the hundreds.
Okay. And so let me, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. So I think you said something about pediatric, you have kind of training in pathology, kind of a wide, maybe not a wide range, but there's adult pathology and then there's kind of pediatric pathology. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you talk more about your training in pediatric pathology?
Sure. So that was at New York University Hospital, so NYU. And children are not little adults. Their disease processes are different. The way they break down things can be different. And so that's why there's a whole subspecialty in that. So during that year, I did autopsies on, again, babies from fetuses. I think during that year, probably the oldest child was in the early teens. And then also any biopsies or surgeries that were performed, the diseases of childhood can be different than the diseases of adulthood. So during that whole year, any specimen that was taken out by a physician, or a clinician, would come to us and we would look at it to make the diagnosis of what disease process, if it was a disease process, what it was.
And over your career, do you have kind of continual training or education in the field?
Yes. So, I go to national conferences. I keep up with my continuing medical education, which is required to maintain your medical license. I'm a member of a number of organizations, which I actually am on a committee that writes continuing education articles for other physicians and investigators.
And, well, let me just do this. John, at this point, I'm going to offer the witness as an expert in forensic pathology with a subspecialty training on pediatric pathology.
Mr. Greer, do you have voir dire or objections?
I have no objections, Your Honor.
He shall be so qualified.
So we're kind of throwing a lot of big words around, although I'm sure it can get a lot more complicated. So what is your role? So this is back in 2020, 2021. So you're the chief medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I believe that's the Division of Forensic Sciences.
Correct.
So where are you kind of headquartered?
So the headquarters are in Metro Atlanta, in Decatur. And at the time, I believe we had two other offices. One was in Macon and the other in Cooler, which was our coastal Savannah office. I was headquartered in the Atlanta office, but I would travel, obviously, throughout the entire state, considering the fact there are 155 of the counties in the state where we did the death investigation for them. And so I'd be traveling quite a bit, but I was headquartered in Atlanta.
Okay. And so I think earlier you testified as chief medical examiner. You kind of oversee the medical examiner's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so other than administrative tasks, do you have any duties that are specific to certain types of cases or something like that?
Well, we would have a meeting every single day, both in the morning and in the afternoon, to discuss the cases that came in. And then we would also have meetings, and this was with all the offices, about difficult cases. And then just because of all those subspecialty training that I had in pediatrics, neuro, and cardiac, a number of the other physicians, the other medical examiners, would bring cases to me to review and give my opinions on.
And so did it come to your attention that an autopsy has been performed on a child named Karter Ambrose?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
I remember that it was in November of 2020 is when the case was performed. I have to be honest, I don't recall when I was first notified of the case.
Okay. But at some point, did your involvement increase in that particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your involvement? What was the reason for that? Did you walk as your role?
Sure. So the general approach to a child death is, just like any other case, we have to look to see if there's traumatic injuries, if there's natural disease, is there something that predisposes the child to something, and then obviously since the child usually does not have the ability to, or may not want to convey whatever may or may not have happened, we have to look at the case and see if it fits with a specific story. And so this was a child with a fairly isolated injury. And I say injury again in a general term. What caused the liver to be injured? Was it an inflicted injury? Was it an accidental injury? Could there have been an underlying natural disease that predisposed the child to bleeding or softening of the tissues, so not as much force would be needed to cause the liver to be damaged? So Dr. Brown, who he just testified, I believe?
He did.
Okay, so Dr. Brown performed the autopsy, and at that time, every medical examiner office is extremely understaffed. So he was coming back and helping us do cases. And obviously, child death is well, I guess we would call it a high priority case. And so when I was notified about it, and it was an isolated injury, I wanted to review the case. And this is where the investigative side and the medicine side need to come together. And so I got involved because there were questions by law enforcement or the investigators, the coroner, and then eventually I called a meeting of all of us together so we could sit and go over the facts and the circumstances that the investigators were told, and if it fits with what we found at autopsy.
Okay, and so you guys had a meeting,
Yes.
and I believe it was Zoom or something, with a whole bunch of people.
Right, because we were all in so many different places. I believe Dr. Brown was either in Ohio or Pennsylvania, I can't remember. I was at headquarters, Perry, which is usually about a 2-hour drive. Today was a 3-hour drive because of just typical traffic. So it was just easier for all of us to do it in a Zoom. And the reason I wanted a Zoom is because I wanted to show pictures. Sometimes that's easier to understand what happened than just verbally.
Okay, And so you come in to look at this, and I think you said it was, some people had some questions.
Yes, not, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're okay. Go ahead.
Not uncommon in difficult cases and childhood cases.
Okay, and so you were called in to try to help answer those questions.
Yes, I had looked at the case already. It had not been finalized, meaning the autopsy obviously had been performed, but there's a lot of other studies that need to go into it. And I actually added some more work that I wanted to look at myself. And then when that was done, I called the meeting so we could all come together.
Okay, and what was that work that you did?
So I went back and put in, sometimes when we do an autopsy, we'll save some tissue and formaldehyde if it's that's a preservative, so it doesn't continue to denigrate in essence. And so I wanted to go back and put in more sections of the liver, because when I say sections, those are tiny little pieces that get processed onto slides, and then we look under the microscope. And so I wanted to look at more of the liver to see if the liver was normal, meaning before the injury, if it was normal, and then also to look at what type of reaction was there to try and put it into a time frame, the injury.
So I think there's kind of two parts here, right? So I think maybe there's a kind of symptomology, and then this time frame portion that you looked at. Is that correct?
Well, the symptomatology would be the investigative side.
Okay.
There was no doubt that the child died because of a liver injury. Now comes the question of what was the underlying cause of that. And especially in cases where timing can become an issue, childhood deaths are very common with timing as issues, and then there's some others where we want to know how long the injury's been there. So for me to feel comfortable, I went back and I put in more sections. So that's the timing aspect.
Okay. Well, but let's back up to the underlying issue aspect.
Sure.
So what all did you do to see if there was an underlying issue? Why would you look at an underlying issue and so forth?
Right. So anyone who knows anybody that, let's say, now I'm moving away from children for a second, just to give an example. Someone who is a chronic alcoholic and has liver cirrhosis. The liver is very important for blood clotting. And so if you know someone who has cirrhosis, if they fall, they can get a huge bruise. Whereas someone who doesn't will get the normal bruise that will go away after a week or so. So since this was a liver injury, and the liver led to bleeding, and that's essentially what caused the child's death, I wanted to make sure that the liver itself did not have any underlying cirrhosis, or a lot of genetic disorders affect the liver. And I sort of got off track from your question, I think. But we, just like in the hospital pathology, we look at the body, we look at the tissue, and then we look under the microscope. And each one of those can take us further and further into what a diagnosis may be. So the long and short of it is here, I looked at all the photos taken at autopsy, I looked at the slides that had already been taken, and then I went back and put in more slides. And I did not find any natural disease process that could account for the child's death, and I did not find any natural disease process that would predispose the liver to having an injury.
So the liver was healthy other than the injury?
Other than that, essentially everything was healthy. And you know, the child, if I remember correctly, had a history of asthma, and that's very important as well. And that we see that in the lungs, but in this child there was no evidence of an acute asthmatic attack.
Okay. And so, when you're looking at whether or not there's an underlying issue or disease, why is that important?
For predisposing factors. Again, if I were to fall and hit my head, I probably should not have bleeding over my brain. Whereas somebody who may have that cirrhosis or some underlying disorder, same exact fall may predispose to bleeding. So with the child, I just wanted to make sure there was no genetic or molecular or basically any underlying natural disease that would predispose this child to dying.
And is that important in the context of the blunt force injury?
Absolutely.
Okay, why is that?
Well, I mean, some of these underlying disorders can predispose someone to bleeding. Some of them can make the tissues change and get softer, so can be damaged easier. And so here, the liver looked normal except for the area around the injury. And that was all due, the changes were all due to the injury. So I didn't find anything that would make this child susceptible.
Okay, is the liver easily damaged?
No, it takes a decent amount of force to cause a laceration of the liver. We see those in motor vehicle collisions, and in significant blunt force injuries.
Okay. So then kind of the second part of this is, I think you talked about time frame.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So, for any of us who've had a bruise, going back to like sort of a simple comparison, we know the bruise can be like purple or red at first, and then over a few days it may turn to yellow, and then after the yellow it can go brown and go away. If I were to look under the microscope, I'd look for very specific cells to tell me how old that bruise is. Because I can't tell you how old the bruise is just looking at it. Even with the yellow change in color, I have to see a specific cell under the microscope to say, this is at least 3 days old or not. So it's the same as any other tissue, including the liver, right? Let's say you cut yourself. You're going to have that cut with the red around it from the bleeding. Then it may turn yellow a little bit. Then you get the scab. Then you can get a scar. The organs do the same thing in a healing process, in essence. So the only way to age the liver injury is to look under the microscope. And when I look under the microscope, I look for blood, and the blood cells will start normal, and then they'll degenerate. I look for inflammatory cells. There are different types of inflammatory cells that can help me age it. I look for these spindly cells that come in, and that's what ends up forming a scar. And then I look for that yellow, that cell that's called hemosiderin. It's a breakdown product of blood, and that shows up at around 3 days after an injury. And we use a very special stain called an iron stain because it contains iron. And if we see it, we know that injury's been there for about 3 days. If we don't see it, and then we can add in all the other inflammatory cells, we can give an age range to that injury.
Okay, and so when you looked at what you were looking at, and considering all these different things that you just explained to the jury, what did you see?
So I saw blood that was degenerating. I saw the liver tissue dying, which in the autopsy report is called necrosis. I saw inflammation. I stained it for iron. I didn't see any iron. Even before staining it with iron, I didn't see any of that yellow discoloration. I did not see any of those spindly cells coming in to try to heal it. So when I took all of that together, it told me that this injury occurred somewhere from 1 to 3 days prior to the time the child died. So the pronouncement of death.
Okay, so if you take the pronouncement of death, you have to go back full 24 hours. Is that correct?
Right, somewhere around 24 to 72 hours prior to the death.
Okay, so if you died Tuesday morning, you're going to have to back up, right? So Monday morning.
Right.
Time frame.
So the injury would have occurred somewhere from Monday morning back to Saturday morning.
So, So, obviously, you're looking at internal things, you're looking at slides. Are there kind of external symptoms that can be present that someone may be experiencing that could indicate a laceration in the liver?
Well, I mean, there's bruising can help us identify where the impact occurred. And that's what I said. I looked at the autopsy photos, which showed some bruising in the right upper quadrant, which is where the liver is beneath, as well as some on the head, but there was no internal head injury. So the bruises can sort of guide you to where the impact happened.
Would someone potentially be throwing up as a result of the injury?
Oh, those kind of symptoms, yes. So as a person, just think about anything going on in your intestines, right? The liver takes bile, condenses it into the gallbladder, which shoots it out into your intestines. The pancreas, which had some hemorrhage around it, has a whole bunch of enzymes that come out and help digest certain things. And so if you have an injury to any of that, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, can be. Take away the abdominal pain, the nausea and vomiting are sort of non-specific. But again, nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain would point us towards an abdominal injury. Or a natural process. But again, that's why we do a complete autopsy and we look under the microscope.
And so, you've given us this time frame, right? And you said that you reviewed kind of the case file. You guys had this meeting. You familiarized yourself with it. And it's been deemed a homicide, right? With blunt force impact to the abdomen causing the lacerated liver. Do you guys look, and you've described a lot, but do you look at, it's a homicide, and I know that you referred to car wrecks earlier, stuff like that. Why isn't it an accident?
Sure. So, I'm sorry if I'm repetitive, I don't know what Dr. Brown testified to, but we basically have 5 manners of death. Natural, which we ruled out through the autopsy. Suicide, this is not a suicide, that's an intentional self-inflicted injury. Accident, and I'll explain how we determined not accident, and yes, homicide. Homicide, which means death at the hands of another individual. And then the last is undetermined. And undetermined is if we don't have enough evidence to go one way or the other. So here, this is part of the investigative process, is to get the information that the investigators have compiled. To lacerate a liver in an almost 3-year-old child, you have to have a very focused injury, very focused area of pressure. And externally on the skin, there were multiple bruises. It's not a single bruise, but multiple bruises in the area overlying where the liver is located. So that moves us along the route of more likely than not a homicide at that moment. Then you think about the mechanism. A child who's running like a toddler is running around, not usually, I don't think I've ever seen, would fall and lacerate their liver. They may fall and bruise their hands, or they may fall and spin their knee, or something to that effect. So from the autopsy, we already were at the point of more likely than not an inflicted injury. And then from the investigation, there was no story that was given to us that would comport with an accidental type of death. Nothing fell on the child that we were told of. Just nothing from the investigation pointed towards an accident.
So, something, and we discussed on the phone prior to your testimony, one of the things that we discussed was CPR, whether or not CPR could cause this type of injury.
Right.
Can you kind of elaborate as whether or not that can be true?
Sure. So CPR can cause injuries to internal organs. More often that's in an adult because our ribs are much firmer than in a child. So when you do CPR in a child, the ribs have a lot more cartilage still, so they're more flexible than in an adult. But when you do CPR, the heart is over the center and left of the chest. So you're doing CPR here. The liver's over here. The only times I've ever seen liver injury as a result of CPR is, and when I say adult, I'm talking about like in the teen ages all the way up, is when there's been aggressive CPR on an adult and you have rib fractures and because they press so hard, and then you can see the ribs are pushing down onto the liver. So that's part one. Part two, again, multiple marks that were round and circular in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen. I don't think I've ever seen that in CPR. Multiple round contusions or bruises overlying the liver. I've seen it over the chest because in a child sometimes, usually an infant, you want to do CPR with a few fingers. But that's here, that's not over here.
Let me ask you just one question. Do you charge for testifying?
I do. I mean, I charge for testifying in my consulting work. Here, since I don't work for the GBI anymore, I basically just ask for a little bit, so you have to take the whole day off.
Right, and so have you asked for that money?
I did.
How much is it?
$500.
Nothing further, no.
Mr. Crew, keep with you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Eisenstein, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jeff Crew. I'm a lawyer from Warner Robins representing Ms. Davis in this matter. Let me ask you a few questions. Get some of this out of the way. At the time that you were, November of 2020, you were the director of all of those that were in charge of performing autopsies in the state of Georgia. Is that right?
For the GBI, I was not in charge of it. So Fulton, Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett have their own medical examiner offices.
Okay.
So I was not in charge of that.
But you were in charge of the office there on Panthersville Road in Decatur, and also the one in Pooler and the one in Macon. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many pathologists or forensic pathologists did you have under your employ?
So it varied over time, but somewhere, if I remember correctly, between like 11 and 15.
And is it your recollection that this autopsy was performed soon after the child died there in the Macon office by Dr. Brown? Is that correct?
That's correct.
I mean, you weren't there for the autopsy itself.
I was not.
But, and I take it at some point in time you became involved in this case because would it be a fair statement to say originally that it was undetermined as to the manner of death?
I don't think it was ever undetermined, and I think we may be saying the same thing, but I use a little different terminology. If we were to say undetermined, that would be on a death certificate. To me, it was still in the investigative process, so we had not come to a final conclusion yet.
All right. And of course, you had talked about where sometimes if there were a problem autopsy or a problem with determining the death of someone, that you would meet with you would have a meeting of some sort?
Well, every case we get initial investigative information. If there are questions, law enforcement may reach out to us or we may reach out to them. So yes, there are times where we would either meet with the coroner, sheriff, district attorney, law enforcement.
All right. And in this particular case, once again, there was a meeting of some sort between your office and the district attorney's office for Houston County and the sheriff's department. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was several months after the death of the child.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when that meeting was? Was it September?
I honestly have no idea.
But nonetheless, you conducted a Zoom meeting, and the audio tape of that meeting was provided to defense counsel. Are you aware of that?
I assumed it was because it was provided to me, so,
All right.
yeah.
And it was about a 30-minute meeting, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. And, during this meeting, with you being the director, you were in charge of the meeting. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And Dr. Brown participated in this meeting, is that right?
That's correct.
As well as other forensic pathologists in your office, is that correct?
So you're probably thinking of Elizabeth
Right.
Andrews. She's not a forensic pathologist. She is, at the time, I don't think she's with the GBI anymore. At the time, she was, we have a unit called CAISC, C-A-I-S-C. It's a Child Abuse Investigative Support Center, and she was an investigator in that group. So basically, she was out, the GBI medical examiner's investigator for childhood deaths.
All right. Yeah. But anyway, she was part of this meeting, and I take it that our current district attorney, Eric Edwards, was part of that meeting. He was an assistant DA at that time. Are you familiar with Mr. Edwards?
I am from that time. I didn't know he had changed
Okay.
positions.
But at some point in time, the decision was made, was it not, that the autopsy report should be completed and that it should be determined to be a blunt force trauma. Is that right?
Correct. I think the blunt force trauma was already determined. It was the manner of death that we were.
The manner of death.
Yeah, the manner of death is what we were really discussing.
Okay, and that could have been, you say that could have either been a homicide or that could even be undetermined or not.
It could.
And it's my understanding from listening to this audio of your Zoom meeting that the decision was made that Dr. Brown would sign off on the autopsy report. Is that right?
Yes, he's the one who performed it, so he would sign off on it.
Okay, and that as a matter of course, you yourself would do the peer review. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you sign off on that immediately as well. Is that correct? Or you did the peer review and then he signed off on the report?
No, it's the, actually, that's a good question. I don't remember the process. Usually it's signed off already, and then, no, we do the peer review first and then it's signed off.
All right. And then at that particular point in time, once the autopsy report is done, then that is that typically submitted to the coroner of the county?
So it goes into our system, and the coroner is usually gets a copy, and then anybody else can request a copy.
All right. But the coroner wouldn't sign off on an autopsy report until it's been signed off on, of course, by Dr. Brown.
Oh, I see what you're asking. The coroner does not sign off on an autopsy report. The coroner, in the state of Georgia, the coroner will sign the death certificate, but they do not sign off on the autopsy report itself.
Okay. Just a second, Charlie. And once again, as far as do you recall when you became involved in doing the additional testing on this case?
Unfortunately, since I'm not at the GBI, I don't have access to the system, so I do not recall when I actually would have done that. I know we're not supposed to give assumptions or guesses, but usually it takes a number of months anyways for an autopsy to be finalized, the report. So I'm sure it was probably at least 3 or 4 months before I even got to, involved and took more sections. But I do not recall when I did that.
What are some of the other factors that you look at before, well, let me ask it this way. Are toxicology reports necessary?
In most cases, yes, not in all.
Okay, and if the toxicology reports are completed within a month or so, that sort of should speed up the process of completing an autopsy report.
It depends on the case. So if it's a case where toxicology is really the deciding factor of is it a drug overdose or not, or were there drugs in the system or not, then it may speed it up. But I can tell you that I've worked in many offices. There are toxicology reports that come out, and the autopsy's still not signed out for a number of months.
And as far as you mentioned to us before that you anticipated that the whatever injury sustained by the child was 24 to 72 hours prior, is that correct?
Yes, prior to the time the child was pronounced dead.
Okay, could it have been more than 72 hours?
Well, we don't have that yellow discoloration, the hemosiderin, and that becomes apparent at around 72 hours. And there's no, what we call macrophages, which are those chronic inflammatory cells. So to me, I mean, maybe 73 hours, but nothing dramatic.
Could it have been, instead of 72 hours, could it have been 24 hours before then?
I don't believe so. I don't don't believe we have the cellular changes that would have taken it out another 24 hours.
Okay. And as far as you say it was between 24 and 72 hours, could it have been sooner than 24 hours?
So,
In other words, could the injuries have occurred within 6 hours of the child dying?
right, no, I understand. And I don't believe so because, again, of the cellular changes. And there are actually articles within the forensic pathology, actually hospital pathology literature as well, that dates the changes or dates the injuries via the changes under the microscope. And I actually pulled out one of those articles again when I was reviewing this case back years ago at the GBI, and the cellular changes are between that 24 and 72 hours.
And that's a determination that you made and not Dr. Brown.
I know I made that. I don't know if Dr. Brown made that or not.
Just saying, John. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank
Just wait for the others, if I may. And so in this meeting, you kind of reviewed everything. You guys had toxicology reports at this point, didn't you?
Oh, everything, yes.
Okay. Did that influence at all your decision as far as the timing of the death, or was there anything in the toxicology?
I don't believe so. I haven't looked at the toxicology in a while, but the toxicology, obviously with it not being in the cause of death or even the contributing cause of death, it played no role. If it was positive, it played no role.
Now, this is a lacerated liver injury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of pain would one experience with that?
It would be very painful, and it's because the cover, anyone who's had like a ruptured appendix or has had an appendicitis or like diverticulitis, the reason they go to the doctor is because they're uncomfortable or in pain. And the pain is because you get stretching of the outer surface of it. So the liver has the same covering on the outer surface. And so when you cut that, it's painful. And that fits with the stories that we were told that the child had been complaining of belly pain. I believe it was for a few days.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Nothing else. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been at it a couple hours. We're going to take a short break. don't talk about the case, don't let anybody talk about it with you. If you need to go downstairs, let the bailiff know, and they'll take you to the snack bar, point the smokers out, and let's try to stay to about 15 minutes, okay? Thank you, y'all may go, Mr. Robert. All right, we're gonna take 15 minutes. I think the juror had some concern. He was telling the bailiff, but I couldn't hear quite what, so we'll address whatever that is when we reconvene, okay?
Thank you.
15 minutes. Before we bring the jury in, Bob,
Yeah.
what was he complaining about?
A little light on the thing, we fixed it.
We adjusted it. Apparently the light on the Elmo was showing in his eyes or something.
Okay. All right. You can bring him in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to resume. Mr. Duane or Ms. Holland, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state called Charlotte Tharp.
All right, you have to start, please.
Good morning, Ms. Tharp. If you would, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm testimony you shall give here before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Tharp, before you start, pull that microphone that's flat in front of you so it's in front of you. You don't have to lean over, but there you go. And you can speak up for me, okay?
If you would, Ms. Tharp, state your name for the record, please.
Sure, Bob.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Shirley.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Tharp, you're going to have to speak up. You're real soft-spoken, okay? Nice and loud for me.
And if you do need to lean over the mic, that's fine too. All right, Ms. Tharp, what do you do for work?
I babysit kids.
Do you do that in your home?
Yes.
Do you have your own daycare business?
No,
But you take care of kids in your home?
I do.
And back in 2020, did you take care of a little boy named Karter Ambrose?
Yes.
How long have you taken care of Karter Ambrose?
From 9 months until his death.
So let me talk to you about that. Ms. Stark, you kept him since he was 9 months old until his death.
Yes.
Did you keep him the day of his death?
No.
Did you keep him the day before his death?
No.
Let me back you up a little bit further. Did you keep him the week before his death?
I had him that Friday.
Did you notice anything was wrong with him on that Friday?
No.
When you kept him on that Friday, what was he doing that day?
Simply playing with he had started playing with the other kids. If he had his tablet, he was on his tablet or watching TV. Pretty much, he was alone. He was most of it himself.
You said he was a little bit of a loner. Did he have a nickname or anything?
His nickname with me, I called him David Karter.
Did y'all have a nickname for him named Eeyore or anything like that?
No.
You called him Baby Carter.
Yes.
Did Baby Carter, while you kept him, have any kind of breathing issues that you remember?
I have gave him breathing treatments before.
Did you give him a breathing treatment on that Friday that you kept him?
No.
Did you keep him all day on Friday?
I did.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary with him on that Friday?
No.
Who picked him up on that Friday?
His mother,
And who's his mother?
Kianna Davis.
Is she in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
She's here with a white sweater on, hair in a bun, wearing glasses.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It was so reflect.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you did not keep him the Monday after.
No.
Why did you not keep him that Monday?
He didn't show up.
So no one brought him to your house?
No.
What would usually happen if a child didn't show up for daycare?
Well, the first day I didn't call, the second day automatically on zero call and text. I think I texted her and asked her. I was just checking on Baby Carter. She responded, please pray. He's unresponsible to the hospital. I asked her, do you need me to come? She said, no, his dad's here. Probably 3-4 minutes, I get a text back saying he didn't make it.
Did you keep in contact with Kianna after that?
Yes,
Did you attend Baby Carter's viewing?
I did.
If you don't please answer the relevance in this.
I established that you kept contact with Kianna after that?
Is there, let me see counsel up here.
Let me ask you again, Ms. Stark, you went to Baby Carter's viewing.
I did.
Did you see Kianna at the viewing?
I did.
Did she say anything to you that day?
Yes, when I walked in, she came and gave me a hug. I had a T-shirt made in his honor, a mask made in his honor, and a pillow made, and I presented that to the mother and the father.
What did she do when you did that?
She, like I said, she gave me a hug and she told me and my 2 daughters and my sister and 2 of my grandkids was with me. She took us to the room, or she pointed to because she never did go in while I was there. Where the body was.
She never went into the room where David Carter's body was at
No,
while you were there at the hearing?
no.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Judge, I don't understand the relevance of that.
Objection was overruled. Go ahead.
Did she say anything else to you while at the hearing?
She said that she wanted to remember him like he was.
Ms. Tharp, if I were to show you a picture of baby Carter, would you be able to identify him?
I sure will.
We have no objection to the photograph, Your Honor.
All right.
May I approach them?
Ma'am.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 12. Ms. Tharp, what is this a picture of?
Baby Carter.
Is that how you remember it?
Yes.
And is this photo a fair and accurate depiction of what baby Carter looked like?
Yes.
Has been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the State will tender into evidence State's Exhibit 12.
Objection.
It's admitted.
So, Ms. Tharp, that's baby Carter.
That's baby Carter.
Ms. Tharp, while you were at the viewing, did Kianna say anything about he's in heaven now?
She said that when I want to say either, it was the same day that he passed, I was crying, she was crying, and then she stopped and said, he's in heaven. So that was the same day he passed, that she said that.
Do you know if baby Carter was buried after the viewing or cremated?
He was cremated.
Did you think there was something odd about that?
If you don't, please.
Objection sustained.
Did you continue to keep in contact with Kianna after that?
I did.
Did she ever say anything to you about a detective on the case?
She said that the boyfriend was never questioned, and she also told me that she said that she asked me my address and said her attorney would get in touch with me, but I never heard anything back from her about that situation.
Did she ever tell you that the original detective was no longer on the case?
Yes.
What did she say when she told you that?
At one point, she said she was coming down here to get his autopsy report, and she's supposed to be coming by my house afterwards. And she stayed, I waited 2 or 3 days, and I texted back and asked her what happened to her. and she said that they was trying to railroad her, pin it on her or something to that state.
Did she ever brag to you about the original detective no longer being on the case?
Yes,
What did she say when she said that?
that he was, that he's no longer on the case, and pretty much that, that her aunt had gave her the money to get a lawyer because that they kept questioning her about it. And I guess after you get an attorney, you'll have to talk to her.
Ms. Tharp, I've got a few more questions for you about the Friday with the cat Carter.
Okay?
I believe I asked you earlier if he had any kind of breathing problems that day. Did he? You didn't have to give him breathing treatment?
No.
Did you notice if he had fallen or anything while he was playing with the other kids?
No.
And in your experience, keeping him seemed pretty normal that day?
No.
Didn't look like he had fallen.
No.
But then come Monday, he's not at daycare that day.
No.
And come Tuesday, he's not at daycare that day.
No.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Mr. Greer?
Just a few questions, John, thank you. Ms. Tharp, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jeff Groom, I'm a lawyer from Warner Robins.
Okay.
Here representing Ms. Davis. You say you testified that you babysit kids, is that right?
Yes.
Where at?
Then it was at my house at 42 Maryland.
Okay, where do you do that now?
At 109 Granville Way.
109
Granville Way.
Randall Lake, okay. But at the time, you kept, you said you called him Baby Carter.
I did.
You kept him from 9 months until he passed, is that right?
That's right.
And this was on Mary Lane, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Would you keep him 5 days a week or 4 days a week? Or?
Usually I did. Sometimes the dad would, if he was off, he would have him. Sometimes Kianna, if he had a doctor's appointment, sometimes he got sick and she had to come pick him up.
Yeah, I mean, Baby Carter was a sickly child, was he not?
He had, sometimes he had a breathing problem, but
Right,
not that often.
right. But before you kept him, but you were made aware, were you not, that he was in the hospital within a few days of him being born?
I never know that.
Never knew that. But he would go to the doctor quite a bit for his breathing problems and other things, is that right?
For his breathing.
Right, for his breathing. Whenever you did breathing treatments on him at your house, were there any sort of machines that they left with you?
She would bring it.
Huh?
She would bring it.
Every day?
No.
All right. Now, you say you would babysit these Baby Carter at your house there on Mary Lane, is that right?
That's right.
Mary Lane's not too far from where Shirley Hills Elementary School is
You
it?
can walk right there.
Walk right there. How many, at that time, how many children would you keep?
Probably about 4.
4. Did you have a license through the city to do that?
At that time I did. No.
You did at that time? And how old would be the children that you would keep there?
They was 2 and 3.
2 and 3 years old?
Well, I think they probably was the youngest then.
Yeah.
He probably
Would any of the children ever spend the night?
Repeat?
Would any of the children ever spend the night with you?
No, not beside my grands.
Pardon me?
No beside my grandkids.
Or you would have grandkids there too at the same time?
Well, I had a grandson who was named Carter too. That's how Baby Carter became Baby Carter, because I had my own
Okay.
grandson.
How old was your Carter?
He's 15 now, so he was 10.
He was 10, okay. And during the daytime, I mean, what time would Baby Carter be dropped off at your place?
Between 7:30 and 8.
7:30 and 8? And what time would he be picked up every day?
Usually around 5:30. Between 5 and 5:30.
Okay. Now, there towards the end of Baby Carter's life, are you aware with where Miss Davis was working at?
She's working in Millersville.
Okay. Was she also working in Warner Robinson?
When I got Baby Carter, I think she was working in Macon.
She was a school teacher, wasn't she? She worked for the college, and she would go to different schools. Is that right?
Well, I don't know about going to, I just knew she was working in Macon, and then at the end, she was working in Millersville.
All right. Do you know what kind of work she was doing?
I didn't.
You didn't know?
I didn't know she was the school teacher until she actually moved to Atlanta.
Okay, but when she moved to Atlanta, this was after Baby Carter died, was when she moved to Atlanta, is that
That's
right?
correct.
And she was a school teacher up there.
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. What's the relevance of this?
I think we've hit the limit of relevance, so the objection is sustained.
All right, Ms. Clark, let me ask you this. You stayed in touch. Well, let me ask you this. On the Friday, the last day that you kept Baby Carter at your place, do you know how many other children you had there that day?
Four.
Four.
3 with him.
Pardon me?
4 altogether.
All right. And you say you don't remember anything about any falls or him being hurt or anything like that?
No, because Baby Carter was alone. He would get a ball and he'd sit to himself. Probably in the last few months that I had, he'd start playing with other kids, but no. He
Okay.
would get whatever toy he got, and that's what he did.
If he was uncomfortable or tired or sleepy or something, would he tell you that he was?
He would actually come get in my lap.
Okay. But he was in diapers, wasn't he?
He
Or
was.
pull-ups.
Yes,
Did you have the occasion to change him throughout the day?
daily.
Okay. During the last couple of days that you kept, did you notice anything about? Did he have any bruises on him or scars or anything like that?
No,
No scabs or anything like that?
no.
Did you ever notice as to whether or not? I'm sure that he had different bowel movements.
Yes,
Did you notice anything bloody in any of his bowel movements?
no.
Did he ever? Do you know if he ever threw up anything or vomited any food?
No.
All right. Ms. Stark, when you were there taking care of Baby Carter and these other children, were you the only adult there? I mean, did you have other adults there?
No. Well, not adults, but at the time that, right before his passing, there was during the pandemic, so I had, like I said, my 10-year-old grandson, and Kennedy should have been by 6, but also she was just had been, she may have been 3. She just been diagnosed with,
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about my granddaughter.
Your granddaughter.
Yes. She just got been diagnosed with being a diabetic.
Yeah, diabetic.
And when I talked to Kianna, maybe the next day, and I was telling her At this time, she had been sent to the emergency room, and she was in intensive care in Macon. And when I talked to Kianna, probably the next day, I'm telling her what was going on with
When was this?
Kennedy. The
When was
next
this?
day after he passed.
All right.
The next day after he passed.
Okay. During this period of time that you kept the baby, were you did you have a good relationship with Miss Davis?
I did.
Okay. Would you agree with me, ma'am, that people grieve in different ways?
Sure.
I mean, you grieve different from the next person that's they're saying?
We all different, so yes.
And when Baby Carter was, after he passed, they had a viewing or some sort of service for him over at Nelson Memorial.
No.
Where they have it?
Was it McCullen?
Well, you tell me where it was at.
It was definitely one Nelson. It was either McCullen or, what's the other one? I want to say it's McCullen.
All right. And she accepted the gifts that she made for her, is that right?
She did.
Okay. I mean, she wasn't upset with you, was she?
No,
She had any reason to be upset with you?
not at all.
Is there some reason why you were upset with her this morning, Miss Davis?
I was upset.
Out in the hallway?
No, ma'am. No, sir. Kianna walked past. Me and my daughter was sitting out there. She walked past, rolled her eyes, and looked us down and said, "I slapped the shit out of you."
She said that to you?
That's exactly what she said.
She said that to you?
She said,
And you're
either
right.
she talking to me or she talking to my daughter. But we both was sitting there, but that's what she whispered and said. Yes.
Okay, she said that to you.
She said it to, she was looking at me and my daughter, so who she was talking about slapping, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But that's what she said.
All right. So was it you that made the comment about whipping somebody's ass?
No, it wasn't me.
Just say sure. So once again, Ms. Tharp, whenever Ms. Davis would drop the baby off to your house, it would be 7:30, 8 o'clock every morning, is that right?
Pretty much so.
Would it be earlier than that? I mean, like 6 o'clock?
Could have been. We're talking 5.5 years ago.
Well, I'm asking you if you remember. If you don't, that's fine.
Right. It sometimes may be early, but yeah.
And either Miss Davis would drop the child off, or the baby's father, Kadeem, would drop the baby.
Yes.
All right. And one of the two of them would pick the child up every day.
That's who I always seen. I never seen any of her family member besides her or the day before, pick him or drop him off.
All right. Judge, I don't have anything else, Ms. Tharp.
Anything else for her?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Tharp, you mentioned there's a discussion that you had with Kianna about with your granddaughter Kennedy.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that discussion.
I took Kennedy. Kennedy was throwing up. She had diarrhea. She couldn't walk. So I pulled my car up to the front, and her brother towed her out to the car. She had been transferred to Macon And the next day when I talked to Kianna, I was telling her what was going on with Kenny. Everything that I said was going on with Kenny, she was saying the same thing that was going on with baby Karter, that he was throwing up, he had diarrhea.
Did she ever have any kind of discussion with you about him falling?
No,
She never said anything about Karter was on the bed, he fell back?
yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
This may have been the same day that he passed, and she said he was on the bed and he fell back and he said, oh,
Did she say anything else?
that she think that he passed when he was in the car with the boyfriend while she was on the phone.
Did she ever blame the boyfriend to you?
No.
Let me ask you a couple more questions about the Friday that you kept informed about. You would have changed him that day?
4 or 5 times.
Changed him every day? That was normal?
Every day.
And you would, I assume because it's a daycare, you would feed the kids, right?
She brought him to school, yes.
So, let me ask you this then. Kianna brought his food,
Yes.
and he ate that day.
Yes.
Did he seem to have any problems eating?
No.
No problems eating, bowel movements normal?
Yes.
Did he eat a lot?
He ate? Yes. He ate what she brought.
Did he seem happy that day?
Fine.
So, for all intents and purposes, a normal day for him.
A normal day.
And because you would have changed him, he was still in diapers, right?
Simple up, yes.
Still in pull-ups. Did you see any bruises on him that day?
None.
Any bruises on his genitals, his scrotum, anything like that?
No.
And just to clarify, you hadn't seen him throwing up that day or anything?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Thorpe.
Nothing else, Sean?
You can step down. You're free to go or stay as you wish, Ms. Stark. Call your next witness, please.
State call Suzette Danley.
All right.
Judge, while she's coming up, may I approach?
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Ms. Danley, if you would, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you shall give here before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay.
Will you push that microphone out in front of you a little bit? There you go.
All right, Ms. Danley, if you would, state your name for the record, please.
Kianna Davis.
And if you don't mind, would you spell that for the court reporter?
First name is K as in kite, I-Z as in zebra, E-T-T-E. Last name is spelled like Daniel with a Y, so D-A-N-I-E-L-Y.
Thank you. Right, Ms. Stanley, what do you do for work?
Insurance agent.
So you're currently an insurance agent.
Mm-hmm.
At some point back in 2020, did you sometimes help your mom at the daycare that she had?
I would be there sometimes, but I wouldn't say necessarily like help, because I work for her or anything. But I would be there sometimes, like I'd be around the children.
Were you there on the Friday before baby Carter passed?
No.
But you do know baby Carter.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to show you a picture of baby Carter, would you be able to identify him?
Yes.
May I approach Judge?
You may.
Let the record reflect that I am showing the witness what's already been tendered into evidence as states Exhibit 12. Ms. Stanley, is that a picture of baby Carter?
Yes.
Is that how you remember him?
Yes.
Ms. Stanley, do you know Kianna?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I think the first time I ever knew Kianna, we went to high school together. I think she's maybe like a grade ahead of me. We didn't really like have any interactions or anything during school, but I got to know her a bit more once my mom started, like iPads and stuff like that. Sometimes she may have to contact me to let me know that, she's coming in on the way to come get him or something like that. But I think we probably started talking more after Carter's passing.
And your mom is Shirley Carter, right?
Yeah.
And she would feed Carter sometimes?
Who, my mom?
Yes.
Yeah, she was a daycare.
So Kianna would sometimes reach out to you to let you know if they be late, anything like that?
Not many times, but sometimes if I was there. Or if I had to contact her or something like that. Not many times.
Do you remember the day that Carter passed?
I do.
Were you with your mom that day?
Mm-hmm.
Did Kianna call your mom that day?
I think my mom called Kianna. Or at least text her, one or the other. I just know she was reaching out because he missed daycare. Might have been like day 2, and so she'll normally reach out to the parents. But I think she either called or text Kianna. I know they had a phone conversation. I was right there. She was on speaker talking to her.
So you were able to hear Kianna too? What do you recall from that conversation?
I think my mom might have asked, if he's okay. Maybe asked why he, hadn't been there. I just know that Kianna said that he wasn't doing well, or that they were in the hospital. That's what I recall.
Did you keep in contact with Kianna after this?
For a little bit.
Tell me what you mean by a little bit.
I'm saying that because I don't remember the exact time frame. I feel like maybe up until March of 2021. Maybe March of 2021. So a couple months.
So just a few months after that. Did you see Kianna in person after that day?
After the Carter passed?
Yes.
I remember December the 18th. I don't remember that date because of text messages. But my mom always does like a Christmas party for the kids. Kianna came to my house to get food, I believe, that day. And so we talked that day. And then I saw her at Baby Carter's viewing at the funeral home. Those are the only 2 times.
What do you remember from the viewing?
I remember when I first came in, I naturally went up to Kianna. I gave her a hug. I remember I was crying. She was like kind of comforting me a little bit. And my mom, obviously a lot of my friends and family, they knew him, so they were there. I remember going in to see him. I remember he had on, I think he was holding the car. Kianna didn't go in the room, from what I remember. So that's it. I don't think I had any other like interactions with her there. I don't think.
You mentioned a second ago that Kianna was kind of comforting you.
Yeah. Yeah. I was crying.
Was she crying? Was she crying?
I don't see the relevance of that, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
You mentioned something about a little car a minute ago. What is that?
I believe he was holding a car. He always played with cars and stuff like that. Fire trucks and stuff at my mom's house. I believe he might have been holding a car in a casket, from what I remember. I remember he thinking he had like a little hat on. I just don't remember what he had on.
In those few months that you kind of kept in contact with Kianna after Karter passed, did she ever tell you that she found out why he died?
No.
Did she ever tell you anything about an accident?
No, the day that she came to my house, the day of the children's Christmas party, I remember her asking if the child's father, if he had told my mom or told us how he passed or what was the reason for the passing. I remember saying no. And she said that he had a lacerated liver. And that was like, I guess, me and my mom's first time hearing that. Obviously, my mom was a different conversation, but I did relate to her, like what happened. Because the dean hadn't said anything. But she said that she had Googled how that could possibly happen because she didn't know how. And that Karter.
Your Honor, please, hold on.
Let me see counsel up here.
The day of the party, she asked if the father had told us about the passing or how he passed. She mentioned that he had a lacerated liver. I didn't know what the heck that meant. But she said that she had Googled to see how it could happen, but she didn't know how. And that she mentioned that I believe sometimes Karter would like jump off the beds or like couches or something at home, and she wondered if that's how it happened. And that was the end of that conversation.
So she mentioned after her Google search to you that he had jumped off the bed or the couch or something like that?
Basically that I guess sometimes he plays or whatever, he's active at home, and that maybe she was wondering if that's how it could happen. And that I guess she was Googling how I could get shot to a lacerated liver.
Did she ever tell you that she saw him go off the bed or have an accident or anything like that?
I don't recall, I just remember her saying that sometimes he was active at home and make her jump off the couch or the bed, something like that.
In the time that you kept contact with her after Karter's passing, did she ever blame anyone for Karter's passing?
No.
Did she ever blame medical personnel for Karter's passing?
Repeat that, I'm sorry?
Did she ever blame the EMTs, the nurses, medical people?
No.
Did she ever say anything about he had diabetes?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Mr. Grew?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stanley, my name is Jim Crew. I'm a lawyer from Warner Robins. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Davis. Help her with this. In November of 2020, you remember when Karter passed, is that right?
Yes.
Did you help your mother watch children there?
No.
Were you living there?
2020, no.
November of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
So where were you living at then?
441 Hagen Mill Road with a friend.
you be there most days at your mama's place?
No, it's my mom's house. I would go over there, occasionally to my mom. And if it just so happened to be during our operation, then, sometimes I see kids.
Would you ever watch the children that she had on occasion while your mama went out?
I remember maybe a time or two my mom, if she had like a doctor's appointment or something, I may sit there with the children. But that definitely wasn't often. I wasn't in the staying in home with her at that time.
Okay. And the day that Karter passed, I guess the last day, do you have any recollection of the last day that your mama watched Karter was on that Friday prior?
I know this just from her saying it.
Oh.
I know that she kept him that Friday, but I wasn't, I didn't see him that day. I wasn't there.
You weren't there on that Friday?
No.
On that Thursday or the Wednesday or the Tuesday or
I'm pretty sure I was over there someday that week, I'm sure, but
Okay.
no.
And did you ever have occasion yourself to change Karter?
No, I never changed him. I never changed him before now.
You never changed him? Did you have interaction with the child? In other words, did you talk with the child?
I would play with him. I would, sit with him if I was there. But interactions like talking, no.
Did he ever complain to you about anything?
No.
Did you ever notice as to whether or not he had any bruises or scabs or bleeding or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Now, how many other children were during that general period of time was your mama keeping?
With Karter, 3 to 4, I believe.
All right. And would there ever be any grown-ups there during that time?
Besides my mom, no.
Like your mom?
My son would be there. He stayed with my mom.
Okay. And what's your son's name?
Karter,
And what's his last name?
Daniel,
Okay. How old is he now?
15.
Okay, so he was 10 or so then.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me that people grieve the loss of a loved one different from you, for example?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you had any contact with Miss Davis?
I believe it was March of 2021. So that was the year after he passed. I believe like February or March.
Okay, and you hadn't seen her until when? Today?
Yeah.
No communication with her by text or Instagram or anything?
Mm-hmm. No.
Second term. Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
You can step down. You're free to go or stay as you wish, ma'am.
Okay.
You don't want
James Kennedy. James Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, if it's easier for you to flip your walker around and sit in it instead of the chair, you may do that. Let the bailiff get the chair out of your way and then. There you go. You scoot up a little closer for me so the mic will get your voice, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Kennedy, can you raise your right hand for me? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. Can you state your name for the record? please?
James C. Kennedy.
Can you spell your name for the court reporter?
James-C-K-E-N-N-E-D-Y.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know who Kianna Davis is?
Yes, she's my granddaughter.
Okay. And do you see her in the courtroom
I
today?
do.
Can you tell me what she's wearing?
She's wearing a white sweater and glasses.
For the purposes of the record, it's everybody. Do you know Karter Ambrose?
Yeah, he's my grandson.
Who's your grandson?
Great-grandson.
Great grandson.
Yeah.
And if you turn around and if you look at the screen,
That's him.
that's him. Now I know it's been a while, but do you remember 2020, November 2020 at all?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember when Karter died?
Not the exact date. So.
Okay. Does fall 2020 sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember him being at your house at all during that time?
Yes, he was at my hospital. That Saturday before, previous Saturday before.
Okay.
Saturday or Sunday with one. He was at my house that weekend.
Okay. You don't remember if it was Saturday, Sunday?
Right.
Okay. And who was he with?
Yeah.
Was it just the three of you?
Excuse me.
Was it just the three of you at the house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time they got there?
Not really.
Okay. You recall how long they stayed?
A couple hours.
A couple hours. Did Kianna cook dinner or something for you?
Didn't say.
Okay.
I think she brought lunch for him.
Okay. And what was going on? Was everybody just hanging out?
Yeah.
Hanging out? What was Karter doing?
What 2-year-old do?
What was that?
Play.
He's playing? What was he playing with?
Refrigerator magnets, broom and dusting, that kind of stuff.
Running around?
Just running around being a 2-year-old.
Did he seem happy?
Seemed happy to me, he was always happy.
Did he seem like he had any kind of injuries or pain?
No.
And you don't remember what time they left?
After a couple of hours.
After a couple hours. Was he complaining about anything?
No.
Did he throw up at all?
No.
Nothing further on.
Mr. Drew?
Thank you, Don. Good morning, Mr. Kennedy. Good to see you again.
Hey.
Once again, I'm Jeff Rue, representing your granddaughter, Kianna, in this matter. She live with you now?
Yes.
What is your address?
309 Bonnie Drive, Warner Rise.
And you live there, besides Kianna, do you live there by yourself?
Yes, I do.
When did your wife pass?
Probably 10, 12 years ago.
309 Bonnie Drive, is that right?
Yes.
You're retired, are you not?
I am
Where you retired from?
Air Force
How many years you served?
20.
Now, Kianna is your granddaughter, is she not?
She is.
She graduated high school.
Yes, she did.
Where from?
Warner Rise, I think. Warner Rise High School.
She go to college?
Objection, Your Honor, on relevance.
What is the relevance, Mr. Drew?
I'll just say you as a witness in my case.
Well, even then, let me see counsel.
Mr. Kennedy, let me ask you this. At the time that Karter passed, were you familiar with who the father of the child was?
Yes,
Okay. Was his name Karter Ambrose?
I think it is.
Okay. And did you ever meet him or know him?
I think I met him twice.
Did your daughter live with him when Karter was growing up?
I don't know, because once they leave my house, I don't get into their personal business.
Okay, I understand. Do you know where at that time, on the day that Kianna came over to your house with the baby, do you know where she was living at?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know if she was working at that
She
time?
was.
Where was she working at?
I think she was working for, the city. No, not the city. The schools.
School?
Yeah.
School system? Do you know which school she was working for?
Technical college, that's who she was working for.
All right.
I think so.
All right. And on that Saturday, it was
Central
just
Georgia Tech.
right.
I think that's who she's working for.
And on that Saturday, she came by and y'all had lunch together. Is that right?
Who was she? She brought lunch for him.
Okay. And would you see Karter and your daughter? Your granddaughter? Would you see them very often?
Not twice a month.
Okay. But in any event, you saw them on the Saturday before he passed away.
Right.
Did the child ever complain to you about being mistreated?
No. Like I said, he was a happy kid. Happy child.
I mean, that picture of him right up there, that's how he looked all the time, is that right?
That's where he lived when he was around me.
Okay, and he was rambunctious on
2 years.
yes. Just a second, sir. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor,
You sit down, Mr. Kennedy.
I'm not sure if he
You're free to
needs
go.
excuse or not.
I'm going to excuse him.
Okay,
We're not going to need.
all right. You're free to go or stay as you wish at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see counsel for a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after talking with the lawyers, I think this is as good a place as any to take a lunch break. I know we kind of had a morning break not too long ago, but, so it is 12 o'clock straight up. I'm gonna ask you to be back, ready to resume at 1:15, okay? You know the drill. Don't talk about the case, don't let anybody talk about it with you, don't do any independent investigation. If you are approached by anyone, you witness anyone, you see another juror doing something that I just said don't do, please make sure you report that to the bailiff. Y'all can't, go ahead and put your notebooks in the jury room on the way out, and then y'all can be excused with the bailiff for lunch, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. next request about whatever the juror's light issue is, I'm having Miss Nelson inquire, are we gonna do it in the middle, but make sure whatever the lights in my eyes issue is, we've dealt with. I'm not sure. I think it was just the way that Elmo hits the lights in here a little bit hospital operating room, but that's just the way it is. Okay, anything else before we break for lunch?
Just scheduling purposes.
Okay, so,
Well, we're gonna head this afternoon into law enforcement.
right,
So we've got Whitesall, body cam, and then you've got Juan Herrera who did the scene, and then we're gonna get into Collins. So there's quite a bit of video to play. I'm trying to figure it out. Even if Collins is my last one, I'm pretty sure I can wrap up tomorrow morning.
okay.
So I just kind of wanted to alert the court as to kind of where I'm at schedule.
All right, so, assuming that we move along sort of at a reasonable clip, if the state finishes at lunch, by lunch tomorrow, you think?
I'm hopeful.
Okay. So Mr. Greer, that's kind of your heads up. If you're gonna have, witnesses that you want to present, if you'll just plan on being prepared to do that, starting at lunchtime tomorrow. And if we get behind or we get ahead, we'll adjust, but that's sort of, so you have some sort of heads up for your scheduling.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then we'll see where we are this afternoon and revisit that if we need to.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, I don't know, we'll just have to figure out how that falls out, because depending on Mr. Grigg, whether or not your client wants to testify at this, I still don't think we're getting it to the jury tomorrow night. And unfortunately, I'm out Thursday, but we'll just sort of see how that goes. And Mr. Grigg, you can kind of figure out, well, obviously you don't have to tell me anything, but if it looks like you are not going to present evidence or what have you, if you'll let me know that in the morning tomorrow.
I'll let you know.
So that we can plan, because that may be a scenario in which we can get it to the jury, and we'll go ahead and do that. And then if they need to come back on Friday to finish deliberations, we can do that.
I'll let the court know tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, y'all. Lunch, 1:15, please.
ma'am.
Did the MSC guy say he'd sent a Rule 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we know who he sent it to? Because Angela's out.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Or,
Judge, I do know that WMAZ was here yesterday.
was that who the other person was?
Yeah, that
Okay, maybe they and Fox own the same, maybe they all own the same.
No, they're not part of WMAZ, but I know that, I think her name Carmen Brown was here yesterday.
Okay, well, I need I don't know who got the Rule 22, and it's not, I'm gonna say no, but that's the rules. And I made the other two do it, so everybody has to do it. So, I don't care if she comes back in, or he, or whoever, as long as they're not in shorts. But before they come in, I need the Rule 22, or I need to know who in this building they sent it to. It is very possible that it is in my system's email. She's home sick. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it was a mail that came in.
Okay. So, very nicely, just ask him where the Rule 22 is and who he sent it to. And, we'll go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Dean Bergman.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure your cell phones are off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to continue. Who's going?
Kiyon Ambrose. Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm the testimony about you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You can speak up. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Karter Ambrose,
Can you spell that for the court reporter?
Kadeemambrose.
Thank you. Mr. Ambrose, where do you live?
I live in McDonough, Georgia currently.
Okay, currently. You live in Middle Georgia at all?
I used to.
Okay, when was that?
I moved from Middle Georgia in 2021.
Okay. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I am a firefighter with Gwinnett County.
When you lived in Middle Georgia, how were you employed?
I was a firefighter with the city of Warner Robins.
Okay. So did you live in Warner Robins when you worked for them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know Kianna Davis?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do you know her?
She's the mother of my child.
Okay. Were the two of you were in a relationship?
Yes, sir.
How long did that relationship last?
Approximately 4 years, 3 years.
Did y'all live together?
Yes, sir.
Where'd y'all live together?
The first apartment was Sandpiper off of Leisure Lake. Then the second apartment was off of Lakeview, I think is the name of the road.
Lakeview? So y'all lived together at Lakeview?
Yes, sir.
All right, when did y'all break up?
March 2012.
Okay, were you guys living in Lakeview at that time?
Yes, sir.
All right, and who moved out?
I moved out.
And so Ms. Davis stayed behind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember the specific address
To our
to the
apartment,
Lakeview apartment?
11 something. I really don't remember.
Was that apartment in Houston County?
Yes, sir.
And do you see Ms. Davis in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is she wearing?
She's wearing a white and gray sweater.
For the purposes of the record, he has identified the defendant. Now, you said y'all had a child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was that child's name?
Karter Ambrose.
And when was he born?
January 14, 2018.
2018. So I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that? What is it?
It's Karter.
It's Karter. When was that photo taken?
This photo was taken right before I took her to daycare. I think it was November 12th,
November 12th?
2020.
What were you guys doing that day?
That was in the morning, and I just got him ready to take him to daycare. And we just started in the morning, brushed teeth, eat breakfast, and we left the house around 7:30.
And you took him to daycare?
Yes, sir.
Where was daycare?
Daycare was with Miss Faye off of Russell Parkway.
Is that the last time you saw him alive?
Yes, sir.
So I want to back up a little bit. So you took him to daycare. Did you have him that week?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where were you living at the time?
230 Caitlin Circle off of Receiving Boulevard.
And did he go to daycare that week?
No, he did not.
Did he stay with you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And so you said you were a firefighter?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what's your schedule like?
We worked 24/48, so it's 24 on, 48 off.
Okay. So if you were off, did you keep Karter home?
Most of the time. Sometimes when I'm off, I work a part-time job, so I just pick up shifts elsewhere. But if I'm fully off, then say 50% of the times I have them.
And that Thursday when that picture was taken, how was Karter?
Carter was perfectly fine.
Was he throwing up?
When he was not.
Did he seem sick at all?
When he did not.
Let me ask you this. Did he have any breathing problems?
He did.
He did? What kind?
So he had like respiratory problems where he would like need a rescue inhaler or a nebulizer at times.
Okay. You said nebulizers, that's like a machine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when he would need that machine, what would happen?
Well, for him to need the machine, sometimes he'd be like, say if he has a cold or a fever, and then it always seems to tie in where his respiratory would like be affected.
Okay.
But mainly he would need it like if he's running a cold.
Okay. And what would be symptoms that he would need the nebulizer?
You would see more like him kind of struggling to breathe a little bit, like kind of using more like auxiliary muscles. So he kind of be, wheezing a little bit and like kind of struggling a little bit more to have a full breath.
Did you ever give him, you would sometimes give him these treatments? Right?
Yes, sir.
Was throwing up ever a symptom that he needed breathing treatment?
No, sir.
So, November 17th of 2020, that's the day that he died, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I kind of want to get what's going on in you and Kianna, your relationship at this point?
At this point, we still communicate. It's strictly on the basis of him. We don't hang out. We don't really talk much outside of, he needs this or anything pertaining to Karter.
Okay.
Main focus of our conversation.
And what was the custody arrangement, or was there one?
It was never a definitive custody arrangement. She was sole caregiver for Karter at the time, and we just made arrangements around my schedule on when I should have them,
Okay.
but it wasn't anything definitive.
Okay. Was it anything that was like predictable?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me about that.
So we would look at my schedule and the days I have 2 days off back to back, usually like every other weekend, and also like at least 1 day out of the week. And if I can't get them every other weekend, then at least 2 days back to back in a week. So it'll just be communication on when to have them for 2 days back to back.
And so at this point, you and Kiyon are split up.
Yes, sir.
Right. Were you seeing anybody new?
I was at the moment.
You were back in 2020, November 2020. Do you know if she was seeing anybody else?
Was she seeing anybody else?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
Kiyon.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yes.
Was Kiyon seeing anybody else?
Yes.
Do you know that person's name?
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
Kiyon Benton.
Kiyon Benton. Have you ever interacted with him before?
Once.
Okay. So you met him once. Do you know if they live together?
I don't think so.
And so, you dropped Karter off Thursday at daycare. That's the last you see him. Now, are you and the defendant, is there any child support agreement in place?
We recently just got a court-ordered child support agreement.
Okay. And so, were you ordered to pay child support?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Through the court, well, initially, when I moved, we settled on a fixed amount. And that's when I first moved out of the apartment. Then we talked about it and we settled on a set amount. But then later on, she wanted more and we talked about it and couldn't come up with the actual agreement because I was trying to stay away from actual court-ordered child support, but that's a route that we went with, and that's how we got to the court-ordered child support.
So it was court-ordered child support. So how do you pay and how much was it?
It was, if I'm not mistaken, $750 a month. And it was set to be deducted from my paycheck.
Okay. When was it set to be deducted?
I knew it was supposed to start in November,
Okay.
and that's when the first payment was supposed to
Okay.
happen.
And do you know if that payment was taken from you in November?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And how much was it? Was it the $750 that you said?
I think it was partial. I think it was the first half of that came out of my paycheck.
Okay. Was there something about you overpaid somehow?
Yeah, so I wasn't too knowledgeable on how child support worked. So I knew that I get paid on Thursday, and I think I messaged Ms. Davis saying, hey, can I go ahead and just make this first payment because I know that you have it was a 5-day grace period for your rent to be due. So I'm going to go ahead and pay the first part through the child support app, and then whenever I get paid, if it's deducted from my paycheck, then we can just, even that out. Because I did not know if it was going to be deducted from my paycheck at that time.
Okay. So did you make kind of your own payment and then it was deducted as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That weekend, what all were you doing? So you dropped him off Thursday, then was Friday, so not Saturday, Sunday. Were you working? Were you at home?
I worked Friday at the fire station. I think I was off that Saturday. And I picked up a shift Sunday and Monday.
Okay.
And Tuesday.
When you weren't with Karter, would you be able to speak to him over the phone?
Yes, sir. Most of the times I would either FaceTime or talk to him on the phone.
Would you do it like once a day or multiple times? Or
Average once a day.
Okay. Okay. That weekend, did you get to FaceTime him at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ask?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Ms. Davis.
Okay. And she had Karter that weekend.
Yes, sir.
Right. Would she talk to you at all that weekend?
We talked, I think it was Friday, when we realized that the payment was deducted from, when the payment was deducted from my paycheck. And after that was the last time we talked because you blocked my phone number.
She blocked your phone number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did you figure out that she had blocked your phone number?
The calls wouldn't go through, text messages wouldn't go through, and this happened before, so I pretty much know how it is being blocked from.
Okay. How many times did you call and try to text?
I cannot recall.
Was she mad at you?
Yes, sir.
What was it about?
About overpaying on child support.
Okay. And the purpose of your calls or texts, were they just about the child support?
Before I was blocked, yes. So we had a phone call prior to, I think the last actual phone call that we had was about the child support and her saying that I messed up everything as far as the child support payments. And I'm like trying to still figure out how I did that and not really understanding how me making a payment through the Defects app and then having it deducted from my check, how would that mess up anything?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what she was mad at me about.
And were you calling as well to try to speak to your son?
That night I was.
Okay, which night?
Pretty much the entire weekend.
Pretty much the entire weekend?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to?
No, sir.
And so that was the weekend. Is the only way you tried to communicate with her text or email that weekend?
That weekend I sent her just emails because calls and text was not going through, so I had to email her to at least get some type of response to her.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what I've just shown the defense counsel, and it's marked as State's Exhibit 13. Can you please look at that? Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's an email of me messaging Ms. Davis and an email of her replying back to my initial email.
Okay, do you remember when that email was?
Yes, sir.
When was it?
It was November 16th.
November 16th, so that Monday?
If I'm not mistaken, it was either November 16th or, yes, it was that Monday.
That Monday? And is this a fair and accurate representation of that email?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, this time we offer evidence States 13.
As long as I can cross on it, I have no objection.
It's admitted.
So I'm going to put it up on television, we'll publish it. And that is behind you. So if you could turn around and take a look at it for me. So you said that you had texted her, or emailed, sorry. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at what time did you email?
10:43.
Okay, and she responded to you?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you please read to the jury what she responded to you?
Stop emailing me. No, you can't get or talk to Carter. Leave me TF alone. And that's the last time I'm going to tell you.
What does TF stand for?
The fuck.
And that's the last time I want to tell you?
Yes, sir.
So this is Monday. Do you have any idea what's going on, where Carter is? Can you ask him?
No, sir.
Did you guys have any communication after that email on Monday?
No, sir.
Was there a phone call?
No, sir.
Did she call you about needing to get Carter?
Oh, yeah. So later on that night, she did call me And I'm not too sure if it's a call or a text, but I know we did talk later on that night
Okay.
for her saying that I need to take off of work the following day so I can keep Carter.
Okay. Did she tell you why?
She said that he's sick and he's been throwing up.
He's been throwing up. Did she tell you how much he's been throwing up?
No, sir.
Did she tell you if anything had happened to him?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you take work off? And
I did not.
okay. Why was that?
I didn't take off of work because I was pretty much begging to even see him, FaceTime him, and I would get no response. And even to the point of like, I would kind of like make concessions with him. Like, if you let me FaceTime him and see him, then I'll take off of work and I'll keep him. And those were going unanswered. And the only thing she told me was just that he's been throwing up and he's sick. I need to take off of work.
You wish that you had?
I did.
Was that the end of your communication with her for the time being?
We talked Tuesday morning when I was already at my part-time job, and that's when she told me that Carter's being rushed to the emergency room now. I need to get back.
Okay. You remember what time that was?
It was in the morning time. I said approximately 8 or 9.
Okay. Did she say what was wrong with him?
No, she just said that he's being rushed to the hospital. She didn't say what was wrong.
Okay. And he was being rushed to the hospital. So where was your part-time job at that time?
I was on the ambulance in Dublin.
Ambulance in Dublin? Are you EMS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you drop everything and head to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And where was the hospital?
It was Perry Hospital off of like pretty much Watson.
Perry. You thought you were on Perry, or was it Peach County?
Peach County.
Okay. So it's Peach County. Did she say anything about who had taken him? If he went to a pediatrics office?
I'm not sure if she did or not.
Okay. So all you knew was that he was being taken home?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you end up making it to the hospital?
I did.
And when you got there, was Carter alive or dead?
He was already deceased at the time. She called me before I got to the hospital and told me that he was deceased.
Okay. And when you got to the hospital, what did you do?
When I got to the hospital, I came through the emergency bay, the ambulance bay, and they led me to the waiting room that was kind of off to the side. And that's when saw Kianna and Kiyon there.
Were the police there?
They had hospital police staff in the waiting room as well.
How long did you stay at the hospital?
We had to wait a while before we could actually go see his body. And I stayed there until, I can't say how long I stayed there, but until it was done.
Until you were ready to go?
Well, until we went to see him, and in the room, and we like I said our last goodbyes with him at that time, and I think that's when the coroner was coming, and that's when we left.
Let me ask you this. So you guys lived separately. Did he have a bedroom in your apartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did he like to sleep in that bedroom?
He never slept in that room.
Where did he sleep?
In bed with me.
Okay. Was that kind of his thing?
Yeah.
Is that a habit that he had?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if he did the same thing when he was at the defendant's?
I can't definitively say, but from my time living there, yes.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant was upset about the fact that he wouldn't sleep in his own room?
I cannot say.
Do you know if Kianna wanted you to break that habit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She spoke to you about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did y'all have a funeral for Karter or a service for him?
We had a viewing at the funeral home, and then we also had a balloon release pretty much at the fire station I used to work at.
Okay. And do you recall where the viewing was?
McCullough Funeral Home, off the house.
Was the defendant there?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all interact at all?
I don't think we did. If so, mildly.
And you said there was a balloon release?
Yes, sir.
When was that done?
Can't remember the exact date, but it was in December.
Whose idea was that?
Mine,
Was Kianna involved in that at all?
not in the plan.
Okay. Did she go?
She did.
Did you have to make her go?
I don't think I made her go, but I suggested it. I would like for her to be there.
So, after the balloon release, do you remember when the balloon release was?
The exact date?
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact date, but I have pictures I can look back.
Well, I mean, so did the viewing happen first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there was a balloon release?
Yes, sir.
Was it a few days, a couple weeks later?
I'll say maybe 2 weeks there, 2-3 weeks there, maybe.
And did you and the defendant stay in contact after that balloon release?
Seldom.
Seldom? Did you guys ever discuss Karter?
Yes, sir.
What was that discussion?
Just in the time frame after that.
Mm-hmm.
Most times, if we were to discuss Karter, it'll mainly be pertaining the happenings of him not being here, or the investigation and the prolonged autopsy results. It would mainly be something around that basis of what's going on with the case.
Okay. And any time did you have a conversation with the defendant about Kiyon Benton's potential involvement?
We had one interaction where it was when we got the preliminary autopsy results back, and when we got the preliminary autopsy results back, the preliminary results said lacerated liver, and I was a little mad, angry, and I was on the phone with her, and she got the results as well. And I told her, I said, Kianna, I said, if something comes back that said this guy did something to my kid, I don't know what I'll do.
How did she respond to that?
She responded by pretty much telling me, she said, how can you even say something like that? He would never do nothing like that. And he was even a better father to Karter than I was.
Was she mad that you said that?
By her tone, yes.
Did she cuss you out?
That's all she said at the time.
You guys talk more about the situation than just that time, right? So, I mean, have you guys had other conversations?
Yes, we
about
have.
what happened?
Not about what happened, but we've kept somewhat of an open contact, but we never really talked about what happened.
Well, but did she ever say what she thought happened?
No,
Did she ever blame Kiyon?
no.
Did she ever get mad at you about the fact that it happened?
Yes, sir.
What happened there? What was that?
It was a conversation we had where she stated that I should have been there to take care of him. I should have took off work and I should have had him. And if it wasn't for that, this whole thing would have happened.
So because you didn't take off work to take care of Karter, none of this would have happened?
I don't know, possible.
Okay. Do you know what she was referring to when she said none of this would have happened?
No, sir. I guess just speculating out. As
I
far
don't
as
need to speculate, but I mean, if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
Sorry to cut you off. But you would, or at least did on one occasion, try to get information from her about what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And what would she tell you?
She would not tell me anything, just saying she don't know what happened. Maybe he jumped off of his bed, or maybe some type of accident happened that she don't know.
Okay. Did she say anything about him being sick?
Only when we initially talked, when she told me to take off of work.
Is that weekend, was that the only time that she had kind of refused you access to him?
Yes, sir.
Because earlier you said that, I think you said that you knew you were blocked because it had happened before.
Yes, sir.
But that was the first weekend where you weren't just blocked, but you couldn't even speak to Karter.
That was when I was blocked for an extended time. Most times if she blocked me, it would be for a couple hours or a 90-minute day.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Groves, you,
Thank you. Mr. Ambrose, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Grove. I'm a lawyer from Warner Robins here representing Ms. Davis. Let me ask you a few questions if I may. I'm sorry for your loss. Okay. When did you and Ms. Davis start seeing each other?
Me and Ms. Davis met in 2014.
Were you with the Warner Robins Fire Department at that time?
Before we met, no. I was in the hiring process
You were in the hiring process?
when we initially met.
All right. And where did y'all meet at? Did y'all meet in Warner Robins or somewhere else? Or?
We met in Warner Robins.
All right. And when did you go to work for the fire department?
2014.
At some point in time, y'all moved in together, is that right?
Yes, sir.
When?
2017.
2017. Okay. And y'all moved into the Sandpiper Apartments, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's off of Russell Parkway in Warner Robins, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When y'all moved in together, was it just you two?
I lived in an apartment first, and then she moved in after she was pregnant.
All right. And was she teaching school then?
No, she was not.
Was she working at a dermatologist's office then?
Initially, when she first moved in, she was working at FedEx.
Working at FedEx, and then did she go to work at the dermatologist's office?
She worked at a dermatologist's office when we moved to the second apartment.
All right. Well, let's. I want to make sure we have a good timeline here. So, Karter was born on January the 1st. Excuse me, January the 14th of 2018. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when he was born, you and Miss Davis lived there in Sandpiper Apartments. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that's where the child was conceived at?
Yes, sir.
Within a couple days of Karter being born, he had to go in the hospital. Was that right?
That's not right.
He didn't go in the hospital?
No, he did not.
When did he go in the hospital at all during, say, the first month of his life?
I think he went to the hospital maybe 1 month or 2 months after, but not the first week or the second week.
Okay. And when he went to the hospital, were you employed by the fire department then?
Yes, sir.
And where did Karter go to the hospital at? Which hospital?
More than likely it'll be,
And if you don't know, that's fine.
yeah, I don't know.
You don't know where he was in the hospital at.
I'm not sure which time you're talking about.
I'm talking about the first time after he was born.
I don't recall.
But nonetheless, you and Miss Davis were living together in Sandpiper Apartments.
Yes, sir.
And that was in 2018, correct?
2017 is when we lived together. That's when we started living together.
Okay. But when Karter was born, Miss Davis brought him back to your apartment there in Sandpiper. Is that right?
Yes. We both brought him back.
Both brought him back. Okay. And that you three lived there together. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you lived there in that apartment there at Sandpiper, the three of you, until when?
Until the following year. We stayed in that apartment for 1 year of Karter's life.
Okay, until 2019?
Yes, sir.
And is that when you and Miss Davis and Karter moved to these apartments there off of Lakeview Road?
Yes, sir.
And that's the apartment that's right there within, say, 200 or 300 yards of the pediatric place. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was planned, was it not?
No, it was not.
It wasn't planned.
The plan was to have a nice apartment.
Have a nice apartment, and the fact that his doctor was there meant nothing.
It might have, but that wasn't the initial.
Okay, I mean, could it have meant something to Miss Davis?
Maybe I cannot say which
Okay.
one.
And during this time, where was Miss Davis working at?
It was a period where she did not work, and she was in school for a portion of that time.
Where was she in school at?
Mercer.
Mercer University in Macon.
Yes, sir.
Was she taking online classes or in-person classes?
Objection on relevance, Judge.
The objection sustained.
All right. So, so how long was she? When did y'all move into the apartments over there at Lakeview?
I would say March of 2019.
Okay. And when was it that you moved out?
March of 2020.
All right. And was it just you three still there at the apartment when you moved out?
Yes, sir.
And you were still with the fire department, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if Miss Davis was a stay-at-home mom?
For a portion, she was.
Until when?
She got a job at a dermatology office in Lincoln.
All right. And do you know when that was?
I cannot recall.
All right. And did she stay there the entire time until y'all broke up in March of 2020?
Yes, sir. We're at the dermatologist's office?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you don't know, that's fine. Yeah. But in any event, the relationship fell apart in March 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that when you were still with the fire department, right?
Yes.
And is that when you moved to Caitlin Drive?
Caitlin Circle.
Caitlin Circle. And that's over there near, which fire station is that you were working at then?
Fire station number 6.
And that's the one off Osegan.
Yes, sir.
And in Caitlin, where you were living at is, you were living in an apartment right there, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, so when you left in March of 2020, did you and Ms. Davis have an agreement as to what sort of child support you would pay?
Yes, sir.
How much?
It was $580.
500, and that's an agreement that you two made?
Yes, sir.
And were you paying 580 starting in March of 2020?
Yes.
And so you paid it for every month until?
Until I got court ordered on child support.
Okay. And the court order for child support, did you have to come down here to this courthouse to get an order to do that?
Yes, sir.
And the amount was $750
Yes, sir.
a month. Was that to come out of your, the $580 that you were paying, did that come out of your, was that deducted from your salary, or did you just pay that on your own?
That was the amount that we decided together for me to just pay her monthly.
Okay, and you paid it up on your own,
Yes,
is
sir.
that right? And you were brought down here for child support, what, was it November of 2020?
If I'm not mistaken, it's October.
October. And the money was to start when?
In November.
November. 1st of November?
Yes.
Okay. And would that come in one lump sum payment of $750?
No, sir.
How, would it be divided twice a month type thing?
Yes.
All right. You were saying something about an overpayment. What was that about?
I paid the initial half before I knew that it was being deducted from my paycheck.
All right. And you felt as though Ms. Davis should pay you that money back?
I said if she would like to, she can pay me back.
If she would like?
Yeah, because I would pay.
That's how you said it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, once again, you kept the child, and you returned the child to Miss Davis on the Thursday before he died, is that right?
I took him to daycare that morning.
You took him to daycare on that Friday morning?
Thursday morning.
On Thursday morning?
Yes, sir.
Did you pick him up from daycare on Thursday, or did she?
She did.
All right. So you didn't have anything to do with picking the child up on Friday, is that right?
No, sir.
Okay. And I guess at some point in time, you and Ms. Davis talked over the weekend about, well, she called you and wanted to know if you could keep the child. Did she do that on the weekend, or did she do that on the following Monday?
Can you repeat that for me?
Okay. You had testified earlier that you and Ms. Davis had talked, or she had asked you if you could take care of the child on Tuesday, the 17th. You recall that?
Yes.
And you told her that you could not because you had not your fire job, but a part-time job as EMS. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything to her that you would watch the child if she gave you that $350 back?
Incorrect. No.
That's incorrect.
That's wrong.
Oh. Now, but nonetheless, you did not agree to keep Karter on that Tuesday. Is that right?
I did not.
And you could have gotten out of that part-time job, couldn't you?
Yes, I could.
Pardon?
Yes, I could.
Okay, but you just didn't want to.
I didn't want to because I did not see my child for the entire weekend until Ms. Davis sprung upon me randomly after not talking to her or the kid for 3 days pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
I was texting saying, hey, you need to take off of work tomorrow.
But you could have seen Karter that entire Tuesday, couldn't you? Couldn't you?
Yes, I could.
But because you and Miss Davis were being disagreeable with each other, you drew the line in the sand. Is that a fair statement?
She drew the line in the sand when she told me I can't see my child, I can't FaceTime my child. There was a line in the sand.
But she offered for you to be able to see the child the next day?
After he was sick and about to die.
Okay, all right. Well, how did you know he was, did that go into your thought processes that you knew he was about to die?
No, sir.
No, even though you were under a child support order, you didn't have any sort of anything in writing approved by the court as to what sort of visitation rights you would have. Is that correct?
No, sir.
And for the most part, you and Miss Davis got along pretty good about that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Just a second, Charlie. So, sir, it's your testimony that when you dropped the child off at daycare at Miss Tharp's on that Thursday morning, that's the last time that you saw him?
Yes, sir.
How many other times did Miss Davis refuse you over the months to be able to see the child?
She would not.
Pardon?
She would not.
She would not.
No, sir.
Did she ever refuse you FaceTime before?
No, sir.
So this was the only time?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to her on that Monday about whether or not you could watch the child on Tuesday, did she mention to you that Mr. Benton was watching the child?
No, sir.
Did you know that he was watching the child?
I don't recall.
And you say you met this Mr. Benton a time or two, is that right?
Once.
Once? Was that at the fire station?
Yes, sir.
And Karter was there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that went okay, did it not?
No, it did not.
The meeting didn't go okay?
No.
Was there a confrontation of some sort?
It was I wouldn't really say confrontation, it was a disagreement.
A disagreement between who?
Me and Miss Davis.
You and Miss Davis?
Yes.
I mean, you resented the fact, I guess, that she brought the child over there to your place of work?
Can you repeat that?
Pardon me?
Can you repeat your sentence? Can you repeat what you just said?
Were you upset with Miss Davis because she brought the child over to your place of work?
No, sir. I love when he comes to my job.
But there was a disagreement? Is that because Mr. Benton was there?
It was a disagreement on meeting Mr. Benton at the time.
It was just for a few minutes, was it not?
To meet him,
Right.
she brought Karter over to the fire station. It was a Saturday. She brought him over because she said that he's been sad and he's been moping around, and she would like for me to just, bring him over to the fire station so he can play. And she did. She advised, hey, just to let you know, my boyfriend's with me. I said, that is fine. That's okay. He came, we played around the fire station for about, say, 30 minutes. And then after that, that's when she came and said, all right, it's time to go. I asked Ms. Davis, I said, hey, would you mind if I meet your boyfriend? Since he's around my kid, I would like to put a face to the name.
All right.
And she said, no, he would not like to meet you. So that made me say, I don't care if you're around my child, I'm going to know who you are.
Okay. Was this on the Saturday before the child died?
No, sir.
How far in the past was that?
Me and my son, we went on vacation to visit our mom, to visit my mom in October. We came back October 18th, October 19th. That was the following weekend after that, so it was still in October.
Okay. So that's the only, did you ever meet Mr. Benton then?
I attempted to meet him. I said I will meet this guy, so I walked to the car and tapped on the glass. He didn't get out of the car. He rolled the car window down. I said, hey, I'm Kadeem, I'm Karter's dad. Shook his hand, and that's our only interaction.
So there wasn't any problem between you and he?
No, it was not.
Did you have any other problems or repercussions for Ms. Davis because of this meeting?
No, sir.
No. Just a second, Charles, please. And I mean, sir, once again, you moved out in March of 2020, is that right?
Yes, sir.
During that period of time, of course, your baby died in November. During that period of time, did you yourself have a girlfriend that lived with you?
No, sir.
You never had a girlfriend that lived with you?
No, sir.
Did you ever have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
I was dating a girl named Tierra.
Tierra. And did you have the occasion to have Miss Davis meet her?
No, sir.
You didn't want that to happen?
If it happened, it happened, but she never.
Okay. And Mr. Ambrose, you were currently in Gwinnett County, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There.
Yes, sir.
Which fire department you work for?
Gwinnett County Fire and Emergency Services.
Okay. Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ambrose. You may stay or go as you wish, excused. All right, Mr. You want to know, or y'all ready?
We got a moment.
Yeah.
This one has body cam footage, just wanted to keep it up.
Okay. All right, y'all, we're going to take just like 2 minutes to do some technology adjustments in here so that the presentation of evidence goes a little more smoothly than sometimes the computer lets us do while you're standing here watching us. So if y'all just step to the jury room, we're not going to take a regular break right now, just a quick one to get set up, okay? Tyler, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Matthew Whitell. Alright, Officer Whitell, if you would, do you swear affirm testimony you shall give before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You would state and spell your name correctly, please.
Officer Matthew Whitesell, W-O-J-T-A-L.
Where do you work?
Work for the city of Warner Robins Police Department.
What do you do for the city of Warner Robins?
Police officer.
What do you do as a police officer?
I'm on the patrol division, so I respond to 911 calls.
And what does that usually entail? What does your day-to-day look like?
Coming in and mainly responding to 911 calls for service, traffic enforcement, so on and so forth.
And let me take you back to November of 2020. Were you a police officer at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. Did you still work for Warner Robins or a different agency?
Been with Warner Robins my entire career.
That being said, how long have you been with Warner Robins?
Total of just over 8 years at this point.
And have you always been in patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on patrol back in November of 2020?
I was.
On November 17th of 2020, did you receive a call out of primary pediatrics?
I did, ma'am.
Okay, what was that call for?
I believe the call was titled Assist Agency as far as EMS. It was in reference to a CPR in progress.
And you arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
Okay, what was going on when you got there?
I arrived on scene and observed that the ambulance had already been on scene. Back doors were open, and if I recall correctly, medical staff was in the back of the ambulance performing CPR and still working on an individual.
Who was that individual?
That would be the 2-year-old Karter Ambrose.
And he had already been loaded into the ambulance, is that correct?
Upon my arrival, yes, ma'am.
What happened after you arrived there?
Initially made contact with medical staff to find out basic information of what was going on. We were then instructed that the child was going to be transported to the hospital, to which I did follow the ambulance to that location.
Which hospital?
Peach County Madison Hospital.
And you followed the ambulance there?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you arrived at Peach County Hospital?
Got to the hospital, ambulance, and medical staff unloaded the male from the ambulance into a treatment room where they attempted to continue to give on further care to resuscitate them.
And were they able to do so to your knowledge?
No, ma'am, they were not.
After that, did you leave Peach County Hospital?
Stood by momentarily until then I was instructed to respond to the residents at 6080 Lakeview Lane, or Lakeview Road, excuse me.
And that's 6082 Lakeview Road, is that here in Madison County?
It is.
And what happened when you responded?
I made contact with the lieutenant on duty and sergeant on duty who were providing scene security in the lead zone.
So when you arrived at the apartment, because this is an apartment complex, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived at the apartment complex and relieved your lieutenant and sergeant, what happened from then?
I remained on scene for scene security, and to my recollection was there until the scene was done being processed.
Did you speak to anyone on scene?
I did.
Do you recall who you spoke to?
Miss.
Did you speak to Miss Davis?
I did.
Now, were you wearing a body cam at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Was that body cam on and recorded?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Was it working properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you regularly wear a body cam?
I every day.
Now, at the time you spoke with Ms. Davis, your body cam was on recording.
Yes, ma'am.
Was she in custody at that point?
No, ma'am.
Was she free to leave and discontinue the conversation at any time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she read Miranda?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because she was not in custody, nor was she even thought of as a suspect at that time.
If I were to show you a copy of your body cam, would you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, I'm showing the witness was been marked as Exhibit 14. This is the copy of the body cam. Officer Whitehall, have you had a chance to review that body cam?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And was it a fair and accurate representation of what was going on scene that day in your conversation with Ms. Davis?
It is.
Has it changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender the evidence stated in Exhibit 14 and published for the jury.
And submitted,
Of course, we previously,
submitted over objection. You may publish.
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, just as a matter for the record, the audio actually starts 30 seconds in.
I was the first one there. I was there with them. Well, I was there with. And they were all pretty distraught.
They've all been since day one a part of the rest of the issues. I never have to ask when I go in there because they automatically know.
We wrote something. So, are you dead? They were all pretty distraught.
They've all been since day one a part of the rest of the issues. I never have to ask when I go in there because they automatically know.
We wrote something. So, are you dad or you said that? Okay. So is dad the EMT that showed up? Okay. What's his name? I am mom said that or uncle. What's his name? Those person? You know what his birthday was? Okay. You know where he lives?
Yes, it lives right next to the fire department on Kimberly. Right here, station number 6. Right.
Oh, okay, over by off of Dean?
Yes, like right in that little some townhomes right over there.
You know what the address is over there?
L-Y-N, one Roberts Road, 3108. Okay. I'm waiting on that, the cop that I know that we can't go in, we'll get a house, I guess, or whatever. Mine.
What's the name of this home or situation going on?
Phone number is 478
Yes, ma'am.
918 7199.
Okay. Thank you. I forgot to get this information earlier. So, was that? Did you? Oh, yes, you will. Completely, I'm had this on a personal note. I'm gonna write down my name when y'all go to do services form from public police department and leave a message form. I really appreciate it. And I understand motion's on aye. To let you know, I had to yell at him. Because he was sniffing the tailpipe of the ambulance, and I actually talked to his key out there. He goes, I thought you were going to pull him over. I said, at one point I was, and then I was just like, no, they got an ambulance in front of me, behind me, nobody's going to go in between.
He worked so hard, I was trying so hard to get here.
That's why we're staying about here primarily, and then House County Juvenile had to hold it because of him passing. At that point, that's the least you're deterring. I'm waiting on juvenile because we contact County juvenile and they run with everything.
Okay.
So, I think we're going to get out here. So we will say something about our house. Y'all want to I was going Little North.
Pausing at 15 minutes and 38 seconds, fast forwarding to 18 minutes and 10 seconds.
It won't. It won't. Unfortunately, I've dealt with stuff like this quite a few times, and it won't be until between a day and maybe a week or two. And then all of a sudden, you'll be able to grieve. But let me preface that by also saying, know that if you do start feeling depressed, so that there's resources. Okay. So you did let him go?
I let him go.
You got that other one, baby.
And he loved it over there. And now they're like, grateful that he got the deal for last time. Like, if it wasn't for the thought that
GBI. Don't forget, they get cases from everywhere in Georgia. GBI is like the FBI for Georgia. So literally, like, we get DUIs, we get blood from somebody, it goes to the GBI crime lab. They get shell casings, they get guns, they get all sorts of different stuff. wildcase that happens where they can get that done for whatever reason. Pretty much.
I was hoping that you change the sheet, put them to the bed, put them in four walls, bed, yeah. I'm hoping that you did it like that.
When Sergeant Brown gets over here, we're also going to have our crime unit for you. So they're going to do a name, process thousands. So they know what it is. And you were saying y'all have tested for COVID now?
We got that restriction, we got that COVID, came back negative.
After he started getting sick again, y'all get tested again now?
No, so. Since October, we went from October 19th.
When you get back?
We got back on the 23rd.
Okay.
And
So it wasn't too long.
it wasn't long, with that, like I said, I told you. Other reason I kind of thought maybe maybe you don't want to be around, you know? Certain kids don't have to wait when as long as
Talking to somebody else.
yes, that he is.
Like the plastic thing that would be treated.
And I told her, I would let it out from 14 hours. And they, you know, all the one night, whatever, they work, I was just going to pay. People come back to me, I let her know.
I'll take it 25 minutes and 30 seconds, and fast forwarding to 38 minutes.
I left the house this morning, it was 38 degrees.
Yes.
I left the house this morning at 4:45, 4:50. Still about 40 degrees. Because I had to go out off of Moody Road, there was somebody that had a deer. Had to go up move the deer off the road. Were you working at Joe County High School in? Okay. But I need to work outside school in Joe County?
High school,
Yeah, just trying to keep you guys time. You know, I know it's a big situation, stress levels up and all that. So we try to give y'all guys in space at the same time. I'll do our group. But as far as this happening comes up, we have to do some things like that. Clean this, flag, that sort of thing. It requires one of two things. It requires you to send me guys, it requires you to do this. Usually that's the way it goes. I have to advise, you know, I don't have to live. I have to go to the time right now. So I just really right. Yeah, we have to be legal right. So I apologize for being out of forms. So I just can't read one. Just send one. Dallas County Sheriff's Office, and I'm reading. I said, you'll preach your name. You live here too, sir. You don't live here. Just keep it. You had any problems here? Well, it's all right if you but anyway, preach name here, everything's on, I look at his name here, you get the House County Sheriff's Office and Warren Police Department, state serve presence, waking out and waiting mistakes, and taking necessary photos. I understand I have the right to draw and send any time, and of course the search won't be solved. Freedom to say. That's all we want to do. You guys are close.
Hey, Doc. I just want to let you know.
And stopping at 45 seconds.
Sorry, what?
45 seconds, or 45 minutes, Judge, I apologize. Have another for this witness.
Ms. Crew?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Also, to see again, this, once again, you were called to go to the pediatric place there on Lakeview Road, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were called about what time it was?
I don't know. Top of my head, sir.
Okay. The apartment complex that we've seen in this video to the pediatric place is less than 300 yards away. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know, so I haven't done it down.
Okay. I mean, you don't have any recollection of it?
It's very close to Lakeview.
Okay. They're on the same road.
Correct.
And that's within the city limits of Warren Robins, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It is.
So I take it in your many years you patrolled that area numerous times.
Yes.
Once again, when you went to the pediatric place there first on Lakeview, did you, Miss Davis, did you follow her out there, or was she in the ambulance, or?
Nothing.
Where was she at, do you know?
I don't.
Okay. She could have already been out there at the hospital, or do you know?
I don't know.
But you followed the ambulance, is that right?
Correct.
I take it that you were at the Beach County Hospital very long, is that right?
I wouldn't say so, sir.
Less than 30 minutes.
Approximately.
And then that you were instructed to go back or go to the apartment there that you were at, is that right?
That's correct.
There's the date on this, at the very end of this, is 13/09/25. Is that a correct date, or again, is that a correct time, or do you have any recollection of that?
I'm not sure. I believe that might be a correct time. I don't know, sir.
But nonetheless, you were out there for the entirety of this conversation that you had with Miss Davis and Mr. Benton, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then there at the end is when Deputy Collins came from the House County Sheriff's Department to go through the place, is that right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Who else was there? Was there someone there from DFAX?
Yes, sir.
Marcus Williams there from DFAX?
I believe so.
Do you know if Juan Herrera from the Lower Altus Police Department was there at this time?
At that time, I'm not sure, sir. I don't recall if Don Juan was already there, but I do know that he did eventually come back with him.
Did you hang around for that, or did you leave, go back in service?
I believe I hung around, if I'm not mistaken,
Okay.
unless I was relieved by Sergeant Collins.
Okay, at the conclusion of this video, did Miss Davis leave?
I don't recall. I believe she might have stayed on scene.
Okay, but certainly she wasn't allowed to go on the scene while Officer Herrera and Deputy Collins were inside, is that right?
That's correct.
Just a second, Charlie. Officer, I thank you for your service.
All right, you are free to go, Officer Whitehall, and you've been excused, so you can go as late as you wish. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little break. We're in about an hour and a half, or a little longer. Don't talk about the case. Don't let anyone talk about it with you. You can leave your notepads and take about 15 minutes. So, okay? You can go, Mr. Bob. All right, y'all, 15 minutes. We'll stand in recess. Lee Raymond.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Ms. Hollins, you can call your next witness. State calls Juan Herrera. Let me have Mr. Herrera, please, or Officer Herrera.
Do you swear affirm testimony you shall give here before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You would state your name for the record, please.
Juan Herrera,
Investigator, where do you work?
Waterline Police Department.
What do you do for Warner Robins Police Department?
So my role is a crime scene investigator, also late fingerprint examiner.
So you are primarily a crime scene investigator, and you are also a late crime.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for crime scene investigations?
Crime scene, when we on call, we respond to different crimes.
And how long have you done that?
For 19 years.
Is that how long you work for Warner Robins Police Department?
Now, I was hired on January 29, 2007.
What did you do when you were initially hired?
I was a booking officer.
And so what did you do from there?
From there, I applied for the crime scene due to my training before to the Department of Homeland Security on fingerprint. And then I got the job in March 2009.
And since then, you have worked crime scene investigations for Warner Robins Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Let me take you back to November 17th of 2020. Were you working in that capacity on that day?
Yes, ma'am. I was on call that day.
Did you receive a call out to 6082 Lakeview Road?
Yeah, the first phone call I had, it was to respond to the ER at the Perry Hospital, Beach County.
Did you actually go out to Beach County?
Yes.
What did you do at Beach County?
I met with Coroner Galpin and Juvenile Sergeant Collins to photograph and bag the child so I can send him to the morgue at Houston County.
So basically, you saw the child, Karter Ambrose's body at Beach County?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were taking photos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the one who bagged him?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you bagged him at Beach County Hospital, what did you do?
I followed EMS to the Houston County morgue, and myself, I locked him in the morgue.
So you transferred the body to the morgue.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do from there?
From there, just photographed the lock in the freezer and
to the scene.
And by the scene, what is the address for the scene?
The address of the scene, okay, it was 68 Lakeview Road, apartment 2408.
And that's in Houston County, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you arrived on scene?
When I arrived to the scene, I met with Officer Matthew. He had the scene secure. So then I also met with Sergeant Collins from Houston County, investigator, and proceed to start photographing, documenting the scene and collecting evidence as a request of the Sergeant Collins.
Great, thank you, sir. Tell us how you process the scene.
If when we get to the scene, we start with photograph. We photograph the entire scene. After we photograph the entire scene, we mark the items of evidence that most likely we're going to collect. And from there, we collect all the items. If we need to do all the type of process requested, then we do that as well. Yeah.
Is that how your training process is?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have extra training for processing scenes?
Yeah, we do have, depend, what is requested. We need to collect full-wear evidence. We collect full-wear evidence. If we have to process for fingerprint, we process for fingerprint. If we have to collect DNA sample, we do that as well. Or if we need to collect all the other foreign objects, so we also collect those.
Did you collect, let me ask you this first, actually. So you would photograph the scene.
Yeah.
Did you take photographs of this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If I were to show you those photographs, would you be able to recognize them?
Sure.
May I approach you?
You may.
Investigator, I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 15 through 61. If you'll take a minute and just look at those.
Taken by me, and also the markers that I use to mark the evidence that I collect.
So you are the one who took these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they fair and accurate representations of the scene as you found it?
They are.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender in the evidence States Exhibits 15 through 61.
You said 61?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And state it has to publish to the jury this month.
You may do so.
Officer Career, if you would kind of turn around a little bit when we put these up on the screen. Showing States Exhibit 15. Can you tell me what it says?
Yeah, that's a living room area in front of the TV, and going out to the back porch or the patio area. And those are marked as 1, 2, 3 with the stains on the carpet.
And you said those are your markers
Yes, ma'am.
that you use to process the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are markers 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 16. Investigator, if you could tell me what this is?
Yeah, it's a close-up picture of the stain that are marked as item number 1.
And what is that item number 2 up there?
Number 2, it was another stain next to number 1.
So in processing a scene, you would notice those stains and put markers there? Is that process?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
State 17. Investigator, can you tell me what it says?
Yeah, it's a close-up picture with the ruler, so we can see how large is the stain that I'm marking.
So, just to be clear, that is your marker number 1, your ruler, measuring the stain that you found there. States 18. Investigator, can you tell me what this is?
That's another medium range photograph of number 2, the stain marked with mark number 2.
So you mentioned medium range. Can you tell me what that means?
We do, the way that we, for evidence that we collect of items for evidence, we do overall pictures, medium, and close. So,
So this will be a medium range photograph.
the ruler, yeah.
States 19, can you tell me what this is?
Yeah, this is the same stain, marker number 2 with the ruler.
States 20, investigator, can you tell me what this is?
Yeah, that's a close-up picture of stain marks number 2 with the ruler as well.
So essentially the same picture as States Exhibit 19, just close range.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. States 21, investigator, can you tell me what this is?
Yeah, it's like a medium picture with item number 3 with the stain marks item number 3.
States 22, investigator, can you tell me what this is?
It's the same stain mark number 3 with the ruler.
And this will be a close range photograph?
Close-up range, yes.
States 23,
Same stain number 3 marker with the ruler. Most of the time we take several pictures. We focus on to make sure that we can focus right and we can see it well.
essentially so you can get a clearer picture, is that right? And States 24, investigator, can you tell me what this is?
The mark number 3 with the stain also with the ruler.
So just another shot of the same thing.
Yeah, based on the lining and close up, and focus on that.
Thank you, investigator. States 25, investigator, we moved on from markers 1, 2, and 3. Can you tell me what is shown in this photograph?
Yeah, it was a napkin with stains located in the counter next to the sink with marker number 4.
Is there a particular reason why you took that photograph?
Yes, because of the stains that the napkin contained.
The stains that the napkin contained?
Yeah.
26 investigator, the same shot essentially?
Same shot, a little closer.
And states 27 investigator.
And same closer shot, number 4 with the ruler.
So this is another view of the marker number 4, the napkin that's like,
Yes, and we always also use the ruler for the sides of that.
states 28 investigator. We've moved on from marker number 4. What is shown in this photograph?
That was a diaper that we used and some shorts that was located on the floor on the hallway bottom.
And what is that next to marker number 5?
The diaper.
So the diaper is next to marker number 5, and the shorts are next to marker number 6.
This one.
Do you recall why you took photos of those particular items?
Do I recall what you said? Do
Why
I
did you
recall
take
that picture? Yes, ma'am.
Why did you take pictures of those?
I took a picture because being the location where it was, and also the diaper contained pieces, and it can be taken to the lab if it's necessary.
And states 29 investigator. What's shown in that photograph?
That's more like a medium close-up picture of number 5. Yeah, I can see this.
States 30. What is this?
And that's a close-up picture on item number 5, the diaper with the
And states 31.
and also a close-up picture of item 6 for the shorts.
States 32.
Yeah, close-up with the ruler, same item on the 6.
So measuring the shorts, laying on the ground.
Shorts, yes, ma'am.
States 33. Can you tell me what's in this photograph?
This is a overall picture. This area is located in the master bedroom floor, in the carpet area, and overall item 7 through 11.
So this photograph was taken in the master bedroom, and those are marker numbers 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Yes, ma'am.
States 34 investigators on the witnesses.
Close-up picture of item number 7. Will be part of some of the probably medication for the inhaler.
States 35 investigator, what is this?
Close-up picture of the inhaler right next to the Huggies. Number 9 would be one of the capsules. I think probably medication for the inhaler.
And states 37, is that a closer view of marker number 8?
This one with the ruler.
And the inhaler.
This one.
States 38, is that a closer shot of marker number 9?
This one with the ruler.
Those would be capsules for, say, a breathing machine.
I believe so, yes.
States 39, what is this?
10, market 10 will show the nebulizer, I believe, that will be the treatment for asthma, most likely. And 11 will be, I think another short piece of clothing. So,
said marker number 11 would be medication package.
Yeah.
State Exhibit 40, what is this?
Over here, number 10 is a close-up picture of the ruler of the, over the nose piece of the enemy.
State 41, what is this?
11 was another capsule with a ruler. That was the medication packet that I told you. That was marked 11. I couldn't see it well.
Gotcha, thank you. And State 42, investigator, what is this?
This is an overall picture of the items located by the bedside, and then mark number 12 is a clear bag with green leaf material.
And where did you locate this in the house? Was this also in the master bedroom?
This my master bedroom next to the bed, on the floor.
States 12, what is this?
That's a close-up picture of the bag containing the green leaf material, also with a partially smoked blunt. Mark 12 with the ruler.
And States 44. Tell me what this is.
It's a close-up picture of the same bag green leaf material with the blunt, mark 12 with the ruler.
States 45, investigator, tell me what's going on in this photograph.
13 was a towel on top of the bed.
So this is a towel on top of that?
Yeah,
And where was this photograph taken?
master bed.
States 46, what's going on in this photograph?
This is also on the master bedroom area, floor area, and marker 14. And for that's like a medication product. And 14 would be another, type of maybe part of the inhaler used to for that purpose.
So marker 14 is placed next to something that appears to be part of, say, an inhaler or some kind of medical device?
Yes, ma'am.
States 47, what's going on here?
14 is a close-up picture of the measuring cup. Also, that was one of those nose, clear nose, so it's about the maybe marks out of the nose.
States 48, investigator, what's going on here?
15 is close-up picture with the ruler, also with a piece of equipment probably from one of the analyzer or one of the.
States 49, investigator, tell me what's going on in this photograph.
This is the bedroom, the child's bedroom, and this is, it was two beds, a large bed and the child's bed, so this should be the child's bed against the wall with a marker, I believe, 16? Let's see, yeah, 16 and 17. So 16 will be marking the stain on the bed, and 17 the pillow, stain on the pillow.
And just a note, because there's a little bit of a glare on the screen here, that marker where that glare is marker number 16.
Yeah, from here I can hardly see it, but it's 16, right? Yeah.
And that is next to a stain on the bed.
This one,
And marker number 17 is another stain.
this one.
Why did you take pictures of these particular things?
I take picture because, it could be body fluid, it could be vomit, it could be something related to the type of scene that I was working.
States 50, investigator, what is this?
A close-up picture of 16, marker 16 with the stain on the bed and the ruler.
Stakes 51, what is this?
Another picture, item 16, the same stain on the child's bed with the ruler.
Stakes 52,
17 would be the pillow located on the child's bed with the stain.
and again, there's that glare, the stain is kind of where that glare is, right?
Yeah, kind of pinkish, yeah.
Stakes 53,
Yeah, this is another shot on the same stain on the pillow with the ruler, 17.
Stakes 54,
And marker 18 is the pillow located on the larger bed located in the child's bedroom as well, showing the stain on that other pillow as well.
and so mark number 18 is next to another stain. Is that right?
And located in that pillow.
And so this is all still in the bedroom where the smaller child's bed was?
Yeah, a larger bed next to his bed in the other corner of the bedroom.
Stakes 55, investigator, tell me what this is.
Close-up picture of, with the ruler of the stain, mark 18.
Stakes 56, what is this?
Same marker 18, same stain on the pillow, with even closer with the ruler.
And stakes 57, what is this?
Same marker 18, same stain, different shot with the ruler.
Stakes 58, what is this?
This is the kitchen area. This medication, I got this medication from one of the top drawers area on top here. Marker 19.
Stakes 59, what is this?
Close-up picture of all the medication. We can see the what medication is what. And marker 19. Yeah.
Is there a reason why you took pictures of the medication?
Yeah, we do. We collect medication on child's bed, and most of the dead we also collect medication.
Stakes 60, what is this?
This bag is located in the between in the bar area of the kitchen, on top of the stool. And I marked the whole bag as 21 was collected completely, entire bag, and also contained some medication as well.
And stakes 61, what is this?
Close-up picture of marker 21 from that bag. The medication was inside the bag.
And so all of the items that are next to these markers, that would be physical evidence that you collected.
Definitely. Some of the stains were swabbed to later on. If the detective wants to submit it to the lab, he can, but pillows were collected. I cut the stain on the child's bed. I took the stain completely from the bed.
Now, do you do testing for, say, swab stains
No.
in-house, or is that sent to GBI?
Yeah, the detective will send it to the GBI. We just do the collection.
Do you do any more of the investigation other than process the scene?
All the documentation and collection of the crime scene.
Nothing further at this time, Judge. Mr. Greer, he's with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Investigator, good to see you again.
Yes, sir, thank you. So,
Jeff Grew, I hope your family's doing well.
yes, sir, everybody okay, thank you.
Once again, you were, based on your job as a crime scene investigator, you were requested to go to the original to the Peach County Hospital there in what's considered Byron, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you went out there, you took numerous photographs of the baby, is that right?
Yes, sir, the ER bed, yes.
As a result of that, you were, you got out there a little bit before noon on that particular day, is that right?
Yes, sir, it's actually, yeah, it was called on, I think, 11:30. I arrived at 11:49.
11:49. And that you stayed out there and took photographs, and you were out there, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes or so, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At that particular time, you then followed, or who was it that actually took the baby to the morgue?
The
EMS.
EMS. And I follow EMS, yeah, from the.
Right. And you got there 30 minutes or so later, is that right?
We arrived at HCMC more at 1300, 1301.
All right. And once the child was delivered there to the morgue, you were then called upon to go to the crime scene, is that
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And you met with Deputy Collins from the Sheriff's Department, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's with the Sheriff's Office, and you're with Warner Robins, but y'all were working together on this.
Yeah, we kind of, whatever they tell us to do, what they do, and then we do what they want in our part as well.
Okay. And I take it that you stayed out there for a couple hours or so at the apartment there on Lakeview, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I released the scene at 15:40.
Okay. That would have been 3:40 in the afternoon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you eventually returned to the police department at about 5:30 that night, is that correct?
17:30, yes, sir.
Okay. I take it that the photographs that we looked at, all these photographs, you took a lot more photographs than that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you probably took more than 100 more on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And every one of the pictures you provided to the district attorney,
Yes, sir.
that you know of.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, as far as all these photographs are concerned, you took a lot of pictures of stains. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Stains of carpet, pillows, maybe some sheets. That's what you took stains
Yes,
of.
sir.
I mean, did you actually cut them out?
I only I took the pillows and I cut the one in the child's bed.
All right. And for those,
Piece of mat, yeah, I collected the sheet and collected a piece of matter as well from the child's bed, small bed.
and you provided that evidence, did you not, to whom? Who did you give it to?
When we bring the evidence, we seal the evidence and we turn it into our evidence holding area at the police department.
Okay. And so it was locked up, is that right?
Yes, sir. They take custody after I release it to them.
Okay. Do you know which detective was in charge of all of this?
Well, from Houston County, it was Collins.
Right.
Yeah, but at the PD, when we turn things in, he goes into the property room.
With Warner Robins?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so Warner Robins was in charge of all of that potential evidence?
Keeping all the evidence there until somebody sent it to anywhere, to the lab or comes here.
Do you know if anybody ever sent it to the lab?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, you haven't been made aware of that?
No, sir.
So all these stains, you don't know athletic class?
No, sir, we just did the collection of the stains.
Right, just the collection, you can't, I mean, you have no idea what it was?
No, sir.
All right. Now, how many crime scenes do you figure in all your years that you've had to process?
Over 800.
Okay, and a lot of those are, you go to a crime scene on Francis Street after there's been a shooting, you go out there and get shell casings and anything that you can find, you put one of these placards down to try to identify each particular shell casing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, we didn't have any, I mean, you didn't collect any weapons or anything of that nature, did you, at this particular
No, not at this particular scene, no, sir.
No. I mean, did you look for, I mean, did you receive information that this child possibly had died from some sort of blunt force trauma?
Not at the time.
Okay, but did you look for or find anything or photograph or collect anything that would indicate that it could possibly be used as a weapon against somebody?
Well, I do the search, a complete search, and if I come across anything with a stain, anything that can lead me to suspect anything, it will be collected.
Okay, but you didn't collect anything though?
No,
with that nature,
no,
did you?
sir.
Did you collect, or did you see or collect anything that, based on your years of experience, knew to be blood?
Well, the stains, some of the stains are kind of represent kind of pinkish color. Could be light discolored blood. It also could be as well. Yeah, some of them, because it was kind of pinkish. So I mean, I cannot tell you 100% we didn't do any testing of blood, but it kind of represent similar stains of blood that I've collected in the past.
But you just collected, you didn't do any analyzing of anything?
No, sir.
So you don't know what the results of any of that are?
No, sir.
Could you tell from your search and collection as to whether or not there was any evidence inside the apartment of a struggle of some sort?
No struggle. Things were not normal where it's supposed to be, but not like, let's say, in a struggle situation, no, sir.
All right. I mean, you've been to crime scenes, have you not, investigator, where you've went into rooms where there's furniture upended and trash all over the place and windows broken and stuff like that? Nothing.
No, sir.
There wasn't any evidence of any damage to any walls or windows or doors or anything?
No, that I could see. No.
And I take it that you went throughout the house, you just didn't go, you just didn't go in the child's room and the kitchen and the master bedroom, is that correct?
I did the entire apartment, sir.
Right, the living room, did you also go in the laundry room?
Yes, sir.
Because you did a sketch of this whole place, is that right?
I did.
And there was also a balcony that was on the back of the apartment. Did you check the balcony also?
Yeah, it was locked. It was locked at the time.
It was locked?
It was fine, yeah.
But did you ever have the occasion to go out to the balcony?
Yeah, it was remarkable. It was fine.
It was unremarkable?
Not yet.
And there was a storage room that opened in from the balcony. Did you go in that storage room?
No, sir.
Okay. But all the time and all the pictures you showed out there, this is all that you have to report, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's what I did, yeah.
Just a second, John. you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Holland?
Investigator, just a few more questions about the stains. You described them as being pinkish in color.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in your experience, you have seen a lot of stains, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does pinkish in color necessarily have to mean blood?
Some of them kind of light color, but it do reflect possible being blood stains.
Could it be something like vomit?
Yes, ma'am.
Could it be something like juice?
Yeah, could be.
So a pinkish stain wouldn't necessarily mean it's blood?
Not if it be tested. Through our experience, we kind of determine certain stains, but I mean, until it's been tested.
You yourself, just to clarify, don't do the testing, it's sent to the GBI for testing.
Yeah, I submit everything so they can submit it to the GBI. I don't know if they did, but.
Thank you, investigator.
Real quick, Your Honor, please. Real quick.
Yep.
Once again, investigator, you've had the occasion, have you not, to do crime scene investigations where there's been blood spatter on the walls, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There wasn't any blood spatter anywhere in this house?
No, sir. No, I can see it.
Judge, that's all right.
Thank you, Investigator Herrera. You're free to go and stay as you wish.
Thank you.
You may be excused. Call your next witness.
Keith Collins.
Yep.
Mary's right hand, please. You swear affirm testimony about giving me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you, sir. Can we see you? Can you state your name for the record, please?
Justin Heath Collins?
Is that just common spelling on everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you currently working in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you currently do?
I'm currently a realtor, landmark realty, and home repair business.
Okay. And prior to that, did you work in law enforcement?
I did.
Which agency did you work for?
I was with the Houston County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you with the sheriff's office?
From November of 2010 to February of 2021.
Were you in the same role at the sheriff's office? Did you have different roles?
I had different roles. I was
Okay.
promoted to the juvenile division around 2004.
When you say promoted to the juvenile division, what is the juvenile division?
Juvenile division of the sheriff's office, where the primary function is to investigate either delinquencies involving juveniles or also child victim crimes.
Okay. And were you working in that capacity November 17th of 2020?
I was.
Were you the on-call investigator that day?
I was.
Did you get a call about a deceased child that day?
I did.
Where were you when you got that call?
I believe I was at the juvenile office.
Okay. You remember about what time that was?
I believe it was morning time.
It was morning time, kind of early in the morning. That kind of maybe just got into the office.
I believe so.
And when you got that call, where did you go?
I was on to the Peach County Hospital.
Okay. And when you got to Peach County, was there any understanding that you had about kind of what was going on before you got to Peach County?
Prior to my arrival, my knowledge was that I had an unresponsive 2-year-old that was en route to the hospital.
And when you got to Peach County, were you able to identify the child involved?
Yes.
What was his name?
Karter Ambrose.
Okay. Do you remember how old he was at the time?
Around 2 years of age.
2 years. At Peach County, was he still alive when you got there?
No, sir.
He was declared deceased at that time?
That was my understanding.
Okay. Was there anybody there, was there anybody there that you had any contact with associated with the child?
My initial contact was with hospital staff, who informed me of the child was deceased. And then at some point I made brief contact with the family.
Okay. And at this point, did you have any kind of working knowledge about how the child may have died?
At that point, no, sir.
Okay. You didn't have any information about
Prior to speaking with the mother. No.
Okay. At some point, were you made aware that there was a breathing issue with the child?
I was informed of the history of breathing issues with the child, and that the child had prior medical issues mentally.
And about how, do you remember how long you stayed at the Peach County Hospital?
I don't, but it was probably at least an hour or so.
Okay. And then where did you go after the Peach County Hospital?
I responded to the apartment,
Okay. Whose apartment?
Miss Davis' apartment.
Okay. Do you remember the address of that apartment?
It was on Lakeview Road, 68. Lakeview Road.
Okay. Is that in Houston County?
It is.
And you said that Miss Davis lived there. Was there anybody with Miss Davis when you first interacted with her?
There was her boyfriend, Mr. Benton.
Okay. And you said you went to the apartment there. Do you recognize Miss Davis in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
What is she wearing?
White sweater, gray, white dress.
For the purposes of the record, witnesses identified the defendant, Kianna Davis.
Okay.
What was the purpose of going over to the apartment?
Well, anytime you have a child death, that's where the scene was last known for the child prior to being to the hospital. So we wanted to secure that scene and make contact there.
Okay. You secured the scene. Did you have the scene searched?
Did.
Okay. Did you ask for consent to search prior to searching?
I did.
Okay. And who did you get consent from?
From both Ms. Davis and Mr. Benton.
And did you actually go in the apartment?
I did.
What do you remember observing when you went in the apartment?
I remember some stains on the floor in the living room, either steel or throw-up stains. I remember some medicine in the kitchen area on the counter. There was a nebulizer running in the back bedroom. In the child's room, there was a lot of throw-up stains on the bedding. And then in the bathroom, there was some water in the tub.
Okay. Was there a soiled diaper on the floor?
There was.
Now, you went through it right, but somebody else actually documented the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And who was that person?
That was Juan Guerrero, one of speedy crime scene.
And he just testified, right?
Yes, sir.
And he took swabs or samples or cuttings from the apartment, didn't he?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
And did you collect those from him?
I did.
Okay.
From
Okay. But they ended up somehow in the sheriff's office possession?
right, that way,
Warren Robbins?
Right.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Did you send any of that to GBI?
I did. That's on part of Warren Robbins.
Okay. But, so to your knowledge, did anything get sent?
From the apartment?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So at some point, did you take a statement from Miss Davis about what happened?
I did.
Okay. How many?
I spoke to her at the juvenile office on 2 separate occasions.
Okay. Do you remember the first occasion?
I do. It was the day after the incident day.
Okay. And where did that statement take place?
The juvenile division office in Warren Robbins.
Okay. Do you remember about what time it took place?
I had it documented.
Now, when did you ask her? I mean, did you ask her to come to the station, come to the juvenile office and give you a statement?
Yes, sir. Prior date, I'd ask her to meet with me.
Okay. And was the initial plan for her to meet on the same day that you asked her?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what happened?
I received a call that she did not feel like coming in at that time.
Okay. So, so you guys scheduled it for the next day?
I did.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you also interview Kiyon Benton?
I did.
Okay. How many times did you interview him?
We had 2 separate contacts with him.
Okay. Were the interviews with Kiyon Benton on the same day as the interviews with this defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how Ms. Davis arrived at your office the day that she gave you the statement?
I don't.
Okay. At this point, was she a suspect in anything?
At this point, no, sir.
Okay. At this point, do you have very limited working knowledge of kind of the facts in the case?
Yes.
Had an autopsy been done at this point?
No, sir.
Okay. So was she under arrest at all? Did you offer her any promises or hope of benefit to come and speak to you?
No, sir.
Did you threaten her or coerce her to speak to you?
No, sir.
Did you read her Miranda rights? Can you explain what those are?
Miranda rights are anybody's rights that are required any time an arrest is being made and interrogated.
Typical what you see on the cop shows, right? Okay. You didn't read her those?
No,
What was that?
she was not under arrest.
Have you reviewed her first statement prior to coming to court today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate, I mean, it's a video recording, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the interview that you did with her?
Yes, sir.
And has it been changed or altered in any way?
No, sir.
As it, I'm going to offer it in evidence. It states 62.
All right.
And I will tell the court that both are on state 62. Both interviews with the purposes of this. We'll just start with the November 18th, I believe was the date, interview.
Of course, over objection, Your Honor.
Yep, that's a minute.
Who is that person right there?
This is a defects investigation.
Marcus Jackson. Okay, so is there kind of parallel investigations that are going on at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where is that room that we're looking at?
This is at the juvenile division office in Morales.
And before I continue, so you reviewed this, right?
Yes, sir.
So this interview is actually in 2 videos, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if one stops just for the purposes of everybody in the courtroom, we have another part to
That's
this.
So try to do this and keep dealing with it, okay? Straight on the left. Some water or something, yeah. So you were sorry and you were on that. Could you tell me when that started?
Friday, I'm getting my daycare. It's not about fun. And he was complaining slightly about his stomach, but he said it once and didn't say anything else. So the next morning, Saturday morning, he woke up and he had this bump in his eye, on the side of his eye, and two under it. And he was just rubbing it, so I was just like, he's so used to having allergic reactions that I just thought it was another allergic reaction. So when he rubbed it, the eye swelled up, and I gave him some Benadryl, and he was taking Benadryl all day Saturday, every 6 hours, all day Sunday, every 6 hours. And then on Sunday, I cooked dinner. And he was happy, nothing was wrong. He ate, and then after he ate that night, I put him in the bed, and he usually watches cars. And he said, "Mommy, my stomach hurts. My stomach hurts." And I said, "Okay, baby, just lay down." And that was Sunday night. He started throwing up. And it's not uncommon for him to do it. He's been to the doctor multiple times. But throwing it, just randomly, just throwing it all over the place. So I didn't think anything of it when he started throwing up. That it was just a virus. I did what they always tell you to do, give him some Pedialyte, make him lay down. I went to work on Monday.
How many times you think you threw up?
Once on his little beanbag, on the floor, on the couch. We walked around the house for a little bit. I gave him a bath because he was all nasty, and as soon as I gave him a bath, he threw up again. I just asked him to just go lay down, stop getting him juice. Gave him some Pedialyte, put him in the bed that night on Monday. He threw him in the bed, and that was a alarm because, like, whenever he threw up, he did it when he was awake, and so he never done it when he was sleeping. And I should have known.
You couldn't have known.
Monday night, I went in the room, and I saw he had threw on himself, and so I picked him up, and I took his shirt off, and I put him in the other bed. He had 2 beds in his room. And when I moved him, he kind of whined like I was hurting him. And I said, "Are you okay?" He said, "Okay." He said, "My stomach hurts, Mommy. My stomach hurts." I said, "Okay, baby, just go back to sleep." I said, "You'll feel better in the morning."
Can you tell me about what happened?
Probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so Monday night.
Yeah. I got up for work that morning, and I went in his room to check out, and he was kind of laying off the bed. And so I pushed him back on the bed, and he kind of nudged me, and I'm like, hurting, and that's when I said, "Are you okay, baby?" He said, "What's up?" I said, "You want to go lay down with Kiyon? That's my boyfriend." He said, "Mm-hmm." And I said, "Okay." And I went in the room, I finished getting dressed. Kiyon got him and laid down with him in the bed. And I went in the room and I kissed him and I said, "I love you." And he was just laying there, nothing was wrong. I swear to you. I'm so cautious during this time because during this time of year he always gets sick. He has a lot of respiratory issues, so I'm so cautious. If something was wrong, I would let him know. I was insulted. And he was just laying there. He said, "Come on me." He gave me a kiss. I left.
Was it have any breathing issues at all? No breathing issues?
No, I can only back when I gave him a kiss. And I know that he has breathing issues. I'm used to it.
Right.
So I went to work. I work in Jones County.
And you left about what?
I left at 7:15.
Okay.
I got in Jones County around 8:30, 8:15. I stopped and got gas. I went to the school. I was there for a long 10 minutes when
said he's breathing again. I said, well, just go get his treatment and just give him a treatment.
At what time did you say he called you?
This is about 9, because I didn't even do my class. I have a class at 9:30. I was gone from Jones County before the class even started, so it was between 9 and 9:30.
Okay. So did you see him on the video?
I did. And
How was he when you saw him?
he was looking dead at me, that's why. I asked to see his chest. I remember I said, let me see his chest to see if he was retracted in the middle, because that's what I'm used to doing. And he pulled up his shirt, he wasn't retracted, so I said, okay, just give him a treatment. And he said, he just looked weak. He said, I'm about to take him to the doctor. I said, okay. I said, just get there. And he left. He was on the phone with me the whole time. The college office is literally right beside my house. He raced up there when they were on the phone. All I heard was the doctor just grabbing his knees. He got pulse. I was just on the phone just driving. I was trying to get here. I don't know what happened after that. All I know is that they told me to meet him in Madison. I got to Madison.
I understand. Going back just a little bit. You said that was around 9.
Yes.
You're not exactly sure the time?
I'm almost positive it has to be around 9. I got to Jones County at 8:30. I was only in the room by myself, just not on the phone with anybody. I was just by myself getting the class ready for about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. All right. So I want you to think about when he called you, video called you, and showed him to you. Can you describe him to me? Was he making noises?
He was making noises. He was talking.
He was talking?
He was talking. He has a mask on his face, so I really couldn't hear anything. The mask, the breathing machine is going, and he looked at me and nothing.
So he was already on the breathing machine?
He was on the breathing machine.
He called you?
Now he called me. He wasn't on it when he called me, but he said he's not breathing on me. I said, just get him the breathing treatment. I told him where it was. It was in the laundry room at the top of the counter on the top. And I said, just get it and give him a treatment. I said, give him the ball because he takes 2 different ones.
So he said he wasn't breathing?
He said he wasn't breathing regularly.
Okay.
That's why I asked to see his chest.
But you said he was talking?
He was talking. Before that, he said that I wasn't there. So, I mean, during the process, I heard him. He was talking. Something was wrong. If I would have thought something was wrong, there's just no way that I would have even say not do breathing treatment. That's always my first step, do a breathing treatment. If that, after that, I want to just check his breathing. If it's not right, I go straight to the doctor and I let them do the treatments and do the steroids and everything there. I'm never.
When's the last time he's had any kind of breathing attack?
He had a virus a couple months back. But
And what did he have been treated for that?
he had to do a steroid shot. They usually just give him a shot immediately because if they don't, his O2 levels go down and he wasn't even, I think he was at like a 92 that day. So they just gave it to him because they know how bad it can get. The entire doctor is very aware of Karter and all of his issues.
Yes. Could you have your phone? Could I ask you to give me the time that he called?
Yes. Now 15.
Called you 9:15? Where was he at when he called you?
No, I'm sorry. This is a FaceTime call. At 8:35, you FaceTime me.
Okay, all right. 8:35.
Now, I understand he said something about that he had bowel movements. Do you know what point it was?
I wasn't on the phone at that point. He called me right after the bowel movement. That's when I got the call.
Okay, do you know if he done anything in particular after the bowel movement with
He
him?
was on me the whole time. After the bowel movement is when he called me. And that's when it happened so happened so fast. I would have known.
It's really hard to know what's taking place sometimes. Do you know if
Were you on the phone, like, when you called from about?
No.
Okay.
do you know how everything was? Okay. And so did Kiyon, right?
Yes.
Right, did he spend the night?
Yes. He's been there since Sunday night.
Been there since Sunday night?
Yes.
How long y'all been together?
I've known him for 10 years. We dated, we just started dating in August.
So you kept him at all before?
He has a daughter. He has a 3-year-old daughter too, so.
Okay.
He comes down and spends the time kissing me on this.
So you said he's been around kid. Does he know all the medical issues that he has?
Yes, I fully equipped him. That's why he knew what to do. Because I had already shown him he was before. When Karter had to take a treatment there, I showed him how to do it. He knew. Everyone around him knew. I made sure of that.
So you're on FaceTime with him. I'm sorry to go through it, but you're on FaceTime with him. You see him checks his chest. So he's breathing at that time.
Nothing about it was, when I asked if he was having an asthma attack like he was normally having.
Now, at what point was you on the phone with him the whole time from that point? Or?
The whole time.
Okay. So kind of walk me, if you would, through it best you can. From that point, okay, he called you, he already had bowel movement. Had he thrown up anywhere after you left?
No.
No? Okay. So you called, you says that he's, what exactly does it say to you when he called you?
He said he has that Lord, he was weak.
Okay.
He said he's not breathing normally.
Okay.
So I said, let me see. That's why I said, let me see, because he said he's not breathing normally. And I know when my child is about to go on respiratory distress.
But you didn't think that's...
No.
Okay. So was it, that was in the bedroom?
Yes, he was in the bedroom. He already had the mask on. He was doing treatment. And when he lifted up his shirt and showed me.
He already had the mask on?
Yes.
But he didn't have the mask on when he called you?
No. So he ran out the mask.
Okay.
Put the mask on. I walked him through. I'm at this point, I'm driving.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm driving in the car. I'm still on the phone the whole time.
And what was he wearing?
A yellow shirt.
So he's in the bedroom on the floor, you said?
No, he's gonna sit on the
He's
bed.
on the bed? Okay. That's where he's getting the breathing treatment?
That's where he was getting treatment.
Okay.
giving it to him because that's what he was throwing up.
Do you know what he ate all weekend?
I cooked beef tips and rice on Sunday. Saturday, he just had beefaroni and normal. And then we went Saturday, we went to my granddaddy's house. And I cooked dinner on my granddaddy, and he was fine. He was walking around, running around with his toys, nothing out of the ordinary. Other than that morning when his eye was swollen, he was on Benadryl that whole day, but he was still.
And tell me about what, it was a Sunday morning that he had, or Saturday?
Saturday morning when the guy got swollen.
Okay, so,
And we usually wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning because we're still on my work schedule, so we want to still get up early. So as soon as we woke up, we found noticed the bump on his eye, and he was just rubbing it.
that was around 6 o'clock Saturday?
No, 6 o'clock Saturday.
So he didn't have it Friday?
No.
Okay. Now, can you describe the bumps to me?
It almost looked like not a sty, but it was right here in the corner of his eye. It was not a small circle, it was noticeable and it was puffy. And then he had two kind of under his eye, but they were a little bit smaller in size. But when he was rubbing his eye, it instantly swelled, like it was shut. So I gave him Benadryl.
Did it look like bites or did it look like disgust?
That's what I thought. I thought it was bites. It didn't look like a pimple because it didn't look like it had pus in it or anything.
So he rubbed it and he was swelled up.
I gave him Benadryl.
The night before versus the night before when you had beef tips and rice, did you have anything
No, that was, he had beef tips and rice on Sunday.
on Sunday?
Sunday night. I cooked it.
Saturday was a beefaroni?
Yes. And we also ate at my grandfather's house, so we had, I went over there and I cooked Saturday, we had, cube steak and mashed potatoes.
What did y'all have on Friday? You remember?
Friday, he probably tasted me early, I didn't cook.
Yeah.
It was Saturday. It was Friday.
Is that at your grandmother's house?
Yes.
Actually, so you said Saturday morning he had the bumps and he rubbed in his eye swelled, and you gave him Benadryl. Did it reduce the swelling?
Yes.
So,
He took a nap. We went to my grandfather's house at 12. He took a little nap at the house because I gave him Benadryl, so it kind of made him sleepy. We got up and we slept at his house at 12:15, 12:30. And I went over there and he went back to sleep because that's his normal nap time. So I made him go to bed. And I cooked.
So what time did you get back home?
On Saturday, I'm not sure, it was after 5.
Okay. But you went to your granddad's at what time?
At 12:15, 12:30.
And that was on
Saturday.
Saturday.
so while you were at the so before you left for the grandfather's house, was his eye like back at home?
Yes. Now back to normal,
Well,
what it
and went down.
Yes.
Was it swollen at all while you were at the
It was
grandfather's
still
house?
swollen, just not one of those things that you have to know is now swollen for you to notice that it was swollen. A couple weeks before that, he ate a bag of chips. And his eye got swollen again. It's like, and they gave him something for that.
What kind of chips?
Sour cream and onion. And it was strange because I bought the bag and he had never ate that kind of before. He eats all the other chips in the bag and he's never had a reaction to it. And when he ate that bag of chips for 5 minutes, his lip, his face, everything was just swollen. I'm trying to remember. milk cans. He had to go to soy milk because the regular baby milk was making him vomit all the time. So, and they wouldn't even switch his milk. I had to get his milk switched just on my own. I just decided to change it to the soy because it just wasn't working. They wouldn't switch it over. They wouldn't test them.
They, ever had a reaction with anybody like second smoke, anybody smoking around here?
We don't smoke around him. He has.
Do you know if he's ever had a reaction to?
No. He's only had a reaction to the chips, his brain reaction to the milk, then the viruses. Anytime he gets sick with the virus, he always goes respiratory distress. Every time. It started when he was 1, the day after his birthday. We spent 3 minutes in the ICU. It's never really gotten better, and this time of the year I'm always so cautious.
Does it mean anything else he's had a allergic reaction to?
The one I don't even know he has the eye reaction to because he had just woke up, so it was very random.
Any new medication that weekend? No. Other than that?
No.
What medication is he on? Other than his breathing?
He takes an allergy medicine that is prescribed from his doctor. Just that it's kind of like cruelty. He takes that once a day, 5 more years, and then he takes the budesonide once in the morning, once during the season, once in the morning, once in the evening, and now be wrong if he starts having breathing issues every 4 hours.
Okay. And the inhaler?
No, he has an inhaler, but he doesn't like it. He just uses the breathing treatment.
You know if the inhaler was tried at all?
Yeah, I tried that inhaler. He just
I'm talking about that morning.
no. No, I immediately said it's just breathing treatment because I already knew he wasn't going to do the inhaler. He just doesn't like it.
I need to back up a little bit, to where you were on the phone. So, you're on the phone, he's in the bedroom, on the bed. You're leave at that point or some point, and then you said he was driving.
Yes. So next he told me that he was not breathing okay, or not breathing normally. I ran out of Jones County.
Did you see at what point he moved him or from the bed to somewhere else?
Because he put the phone down, to go get the treatment out of the laundry room. I told him, call me. I guess lay on the bed. Couldn't see anything because at that point I was driving and trying to get to him. I just know that I told him, I said, let me see him.
Did you see him anymore after that on the phone? Do you know at what point he left the house?
Within the breathing treatment, he gave him the breathing treatment, and while he was breathing the treatment, I don't even remember what he said. I just know that he said, no, something's not right, and he said, I'm taking it. He took the breathing treatment off, he ran out the door. I was on the phone the whole time. I'm sure a lot of my neighbors, they have like a little ring.
Yeah.
But you think, what is
That's fine. We
had that day, but usually it's between beefaroni or, I'll work through more riders on Fridays. I don't even know if I pick that day to bring them lunch, everything is just,
And you went to the store recently for any of that stuff, or is that stuff you had in the cabinet?
because I went to the store, maybe a week ago and I got, everything we needed for the weekend. And daycare lady, her nephew has, same kind of gluten treatment, so I'm trusting her with him. She knows how to give him the treatment if something's wrong. And she's aware also.
But it was kind of sudden because he hadn't had that issue for a while. And that morning when you left, he was not having any trouble at all breathing. But he was sick as stuff.
He doesn't even like to lay on his stomach, but he was laying on his stomach.
Has he ever had a bad habit of getting anything or into anything in the house, like under the cabinets, or is there anything around that he could have
No,
drank, or y'all used any poison or anything in the apartment lately, or anything like that? No bug issues or anything?
I'll usually spray around the doors during the summertime and stuff. During the wintertime, I don't even try to do it because bugs aren't even out. So we have pest control come by. So, but I usually still, I'm very cautious. I go around the door edges and.
Has pest control been by lately?
I don't know their schedule. They come up and they just do it on their own.
They come inside?
They usually do come inside and spray. And they'll leave their cards, let me know they've been here.
Can you remember last time? But you say every month?
I don't think it's every month. They're on a schedule, and I know it's on Fridays for sure. It's the only days that they come by. Because if I ever see any bugs and I have to call and get them to come out and do something, they always be on a Friday where they can go.
Now, I know I probably already asked you, but the stomach issues like that, or at least to that severity, has that ever happened like that before?
No. Whenever he started throwing up, of course, he said hurt, but he really just started talking, so this is the first time that he could tell me Mommy's stomach hurts, but he still just point. But I knew it was because he throwing up that he just, knew where it was coming from. But he always pointed to it. So I didn't think it wasn't alarming. That's what it was. What's your word? Nothing. He didn't show me no signs or anything.
I understand. So how, and just, I didn't want to ask you, I'm sorry. How often when's the last time Kianna's kept it?
It's been a while since he's been down because I'm in school. So I asked him for a couple of weeks just to not come so I can finish on a project. So the last time he's been here, he didn't even keep him cut through one weekend. But he only keeps both of them because they're always there together.
Instead of Monday, he said he work. So who kept, and Monday was he going to be here?
No, Monday he was with Kiyon.
I was with Kianna all day Monday?
Yes.
At your house? Did they go anywhere?
I don't allow that.
Kiyon reporting any kind of car acting weird all Monday long?
Kiyon itself, we're in the process of high training, and I put the underwear on Karter. He knows not to pee on himself. So I said, put the underwear on him because he's probably peeing on himself because of the pull-up. He put the pull-up, he took the pull-up off, put the underwear on, and he went to sleep, and he said he still peed on himself. I said, that's weird because Karter knows better. But I just said, he just kept peeing on himself.
That was Wednesday. Right.
But I know he knows when he has all those underwear and he goes to the potty.
Did you leave, what time did you leave for work?
Same time, 7:15.
What time did you ride home?
I usually get off at 4:30 because on Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays I work in Winter Office first, and then I head to Jones County. And I leave Jones County around 4:15. So that I can get back to Winter Office and drop off the car to the school and get back home. So I'm going about 5:30.
Kion's pretty much hung out all day at the house with him.
Yeah. Then I FaceTime him every day, all day, like I normally do. But I haven't talked to her all day. He was fine, talking. Hi, mommy. Did you eat? No. What's wrong?
How much compliance did he have with his son?
To me, just when I woke him up. And then that was just the one time that day. He didn't say anything else that day about his stomach hurt. He said it that one time.
Nothing Monday during the day except when you woke him up.
Just when I woke him up, when his stomach hurts.
That was out of the two.
No, that was Monday, because he was throwing up all day Monday. And then Tuesday morning, when I went in the room and I moved him, that's when he said it again. He said, "Mommy, stomach hurt," and he had said it twice.
Do you remember when was the first time you threw up Monday?
I wasn't there. And that was one of the things because when I was at the floor, Kianna thought that he had just spilled his juice. Because Karter likes to take his top off his juice and throw it everywhere. And I got in the house and I said, no, I said, that's normal because I could see the spit things in my floor. And I went and I tried to clean my carpet with the carpet cleaner. When I walked in the house, he was laying on the couch. And he was sleeping and he woke up when I walked in. And there was throws all over him. And that's when I went, gave him a bath because he was nasty. I gave him a bath. And it had just happened because the girl was fresh. I went and I gave him a bath and then I put on his clothes. And I went in the kitchen, started dinner. And he was right here on my shoulder. And then all of a sudden he just started vomiting again. Just more and more vomiting in the kitchen. So I cleaned him up. I took his shirt off. He didn't vomit anymore that night until in the middle of the night, I went and shake up and he had threw up in his bed. And that's when I said, that's odd, because he never throws up in his sleep. He'll throw up during the day, and I didn't give him any more juice or anything.
What was the juice?
It was Hawaiian punch. It was a mango something flavor. It was orange.
Was Kion's daughter there?
That's actually normally she would be, but she's going with her mom this week because he has full custody of her. She was supposed to go with her mom, so he left her in Atlanta.
he
He was laying
thrown
on the
up,
couch.
he's laying on the couch.
He had thrown, it looked like he had thrown up while he was laying on the couch, but like I said, he looked like he was waking up from a nap, because when I walk in the door, my door chime goes off, and he knows when I'm coming home. And as soon as he sat up, he did like this. He said, "Mommy," gave me a big hug. Nothing was wrong, out of the ordinary, so I just went and gave him a bath, and he was, "Mommy, I'm nasty." And I said, "I know, baby." He took a bowl bag, played with his toys. I took him out. We went in the kitchen, so I could start dinner because he liked to cook with me. And he just started throwing up in the kitchen. And I was like, "Okay, baby, go lay down, go lay down." And then that night he ate dinner. And that's what I'm saying. He was fine. Like after he threw up, he was in his room. I put him in his high chair and we watched Cars. And I fed him and we were singing and nothing was wrong.
No breathing issues at all.
He was smiling, laughing, singing, talking. So I thought he was feeling better. Until the morning, until the middle of the night, and he threw up and I was like, "Okay, maybe he's not feeling better." So I picked him up and put him on the bed. And he acted like what was hurting him. And that should have alarmed me, but I just thought maybe his stomach just really hurts. I was still lay down and I kissed him and we normally, we had this thing where we kiss each other, but we suck on each other's face. Suck on him. So I did that and he laughed. I went back to sleep. Woke up out. You know, we got up and checked on him.
And what time was that before?
I normally get up. My alarm goes off at 6. I had to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning because I know when I went and lay back down, I only got about 2 more hours of sleep before it was time for me to get up and get ready for work. I went in the room and I checked him. He was kind of laying off the bed. I pushed him back over like I normally do. He just moaned. He said, "Mommy, something hurt." And I said, "Okay, baby, lay down. Do you want to go back to Kiyon?" Because I asked him because I was leaving. I had to get ready, and so I was just going to put him in the room with Kiyon. And when I was getting dressed, Kiyon went and got him. And they were laying in bed together. He was laying on his stomach.
You know, wide awake, she started trying to sleep.
They're both wide awake. He had got a towel and laid it on his stomach so that if he threw up again, he wouldn't get himself dirty or bed or whatever. And he was just laying there, and I walked over before I left. I gave him both a kiss. Karter, I put my hand on his back because he was laying on Kiyon's chest, and I felt him. He was breathing fine. I gave him a kiss. He said, "Bye, Mommy." And I walked out.
You said you moved from his bed to the elevator to mine. Did he throw up in that other bed at all?
No, not the bigger bed. Not the bigger bed at all.
And do you know in his bed what part of his bed he had thrown up in or where the throw was?
The little bed that he was laying on, there was a big circle of just throwing juice. His bed is not that big, so it kind of took up that entire middle part of the bed, which is why I moved him, because it was too much to even try to clean that night or do anything with him, so I just put him in the other bed.
Did he sleep at all?
He slept good.
He slept good?
He didn't wake up in the middle of the night. He didn't whine. And he's a crybaby, so normally we're still sleep training and trying to get him used to sleeping in his own bed without me, because he normally will sleep with me on the weekend. So whenever Kianna come down, I try to get him to sleep in his own room. And he always, if he wanted me, he'd stand at my door and knock on my door. But lately, he's just been getting better at it. So he slept the whole night. Didn't whine. one time. And I just told her, I said, okay, baby, just lay down. Do you want to go in with Kianna? Mm-hmm.
How long does he normally stay on this when he does the reading treatments? How long does he normally stay on that?
One of them is, it takes about 15 minutes to finish. The other one's a little bit longer. But he finishes all of it. He does even, so I would do the reading treatment because he's used to that one. They give it to him at the doctor's office and at the hospitals whenever he goes, so he's just used to sitting on that one.
And you were on the phone with him the entire time he was on the reading machine?
He wasn't on it long. He was not on it long. Because I guess Kiyon just moved like, no. No.
You said the other one takes long. What was the other one?
He's on two. He's on budesonide, and then he's on albuterol. The albuterol is the one that takes a little bit longer. It's the bigger one. I think the budesonide takes about 10 minutes, and maybe the albuterol takes 15 or whatever. But I do know that when he had the reactions to the viruses, the only thing that will really keep him from having to go to the doctor is if I catch it early and I start giving him the allergy medicine. Which is why they prescribed it to him with refills, because it just was the only thing that would help prevent his airways from reacting.
What medicine do you give him for that?
Let's see if he is that. It's the first one.
It's interesting. Do you remember the last time he went to his dad's house?
It was recent. The weekend of November the 7th. Yeah, that weekend. Can't remember if it was Saturday, Sunday, or Sunday, Monday.
you have some information for you?
He did.
Okay. And what was the information?
So I was advised by Quarantine Galvin that the child had multiple contusions, a lacerated liver,
And I don't need the specifics exactly at this point, but he told you that there were some injuries.
that's correct.
Internal injuries,
Internal injuries.
that there was not some kind of asthmatic attack.
Right.
Okay. And so as a result of that, then you decided to re-interview the defendant.
Based on that information, do a follow-up interview with them to give them time.
And where did that interview take place?
With the juvenile office in Rome.
Did she just want her in, or did you call her? What?
I called her and said, after it came in.
She agreed to meet with you?
That's correct.
Did you interview Mr. Benton the second time that same day as well?
I did.
Okay. And do you know how this defendant got to the sheriff's office?
I don't.
Did you make her any promises to come speak with you again?
I did not.
Alright. Did you threaten her, coerce her?
I did not.
Did you offer her any promises or hope of benefit?
I did not.
At this point, is she a suspect in the investigation?
Yes.
Alright, but when she got to the station, did you put her under arrest?
No.
Was she free to leave, or well, I guess let me start. Was she free to not come and talk to you?
Yes.
And when she got there, was she free to leave?
She was.
Did you read her the Miranda rights that we just went over?
No. She's not under arrest.
And have you had the opportunity to review the December 7th interview?
I have.
Alright, and is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview that you did?
It is.
Is there ever changed or altered in any way?
No, sir.
The December 7th interview is also on State's Exhibit 62. I will offer that interview the evidence as well.
All right, it's admitted and you may publish it.
It may take me a couple minutes to set this one up.
So how's things been here, Cass?
It's been,
You okay?
today's my first day back.
Oh, cool. I'm sorry. That's just how time works sometimes, isn't it? Okay. Well, like I said on the phone, we just need to kind of run through some things and confirm some things. You know, when these type situations come up, the most important thing, speaking to a medical examiner, is the timeline. So that becomes real important. So, I guess let's start where you know that he started feeling bad.
Okay. I was talking about something from the eye thing, or
You can't leave in the middle, you'll miss evidence, we need to take a break. We'll take a 5-minute break, y'all can be excused to the jury room. Go ahead.
let's ask, when, that thing was Saturday, okay, did he have any stomach pain Saturday? Okay, when did the stomach pain start?
The stomach pain started Sunday night after he ate. A little while after he ate. And it started around his bedtime, which is around 9-ish.
Around 9?
Yeah. Because I put him in the bed and that's when I noticed like he wasn't acting weird, but he kind of was, but he also had been taking vinegar for 2 days.
What did he do Sunday?
Sunday, we were in the house all day.
Who all?
Just me and him until Kiyon came back later on that day, which I think was around 5.
Okay, that's the day Kiyon showed up?
Yeah.
Okay, to say.
Around.
So Kiyon showed up Sunday, and around what time?
Around 5.
Okay, around 5 p.m. Does he normally come on weekends, or what's the?
It just depends on the schedule. He comes on weekends most of the time, but sometimes like on Thursday and stay until the Saturday or anything like that. It just depends on the weekend.
I just know it being the end of the day Sunday is usually weekends.
Yes. So that Sunday in particular, he was coming because it was actually supposed to be my last week at work before I went on vacation. And he was coming down so that I wouldn't have to take Karter to daycare. So he was with me on Sunday, kept him on Monday and Tuesday.
Okay. And he kept him before for you? How many times he kept him before?
I think he's not. 8. I don't know.
Okay. So, all right, so Sunday night, around 9, after he ate, he complained of stomach pain?
He was laying in the bed with him in my bed, and he was laying on us, and then I wouldn't say he looked weak, he just looked like he normally does when his stomach doesn't feel good. He just ready to go to bed, irritated. So I asked him if he wanted to go to bed, put him in bed.
How was his Sunday, say, from up until that point? I mean, was he
Fine, absolutely fine.
no problem at all? Didn't feel?
No.
It was Sunday night that after he ate? Okay. So walk me through Sunday night.
Okay. Sunday night, I cooked him. Went in his room, we watched a movie together. And then he came into our room, laid him down. It really happened so fast because I was in between cooking and trying to get ready for Monday. Between 5 and 9, I cooked. I fed him. He was watching Cars while he was eating. He came in the room first, and then I put him in bed. Once I noticed, he was just acting like his stomach was hurting.
Okay. So after putting him to bed, go from there.
Put him in bed, nothing happened. Sunday night, he was fine. I woke up that morning, I went to work. I normally wake up and go in his room.
So he didn't complain during the night at all Sunday night?
Not Sunday, it was Monday after the throwing up all day, where he was just like, my stomach hurts.
So he's fine all night Sunday night?
All night Sunday.
All right, Sunday or Monday morning?
I go to work.
Who's the first one up?
Yeah. I was the first one. I get up around 6.
Mr. Benton still asleep? Did he sleep through the night with you?
He sleeps in his room.
I mean, Mr. Benton?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all together, you never in all night?
And I go in his room, I check on him. He's in his bed as normal. I put on the cartoons for him. I give him breakfast in the bed, and he stays in bed until they wake up. And I normally call him a million times. And then on Mondays I work in Warner Robins, so I'm in and out of the house all the time on my lunch breaks and stuff like that. I came back. I stayed around.
Let's set that particular Monday. Okay, so that particular Monday morning, he'd been
claiming a stomach hurt after eating on Sunday, but he was fine all night Sunday night. No complaining, he slept through the night, no issues at all. Monday morning, you wake up.
He's fine.
Okay, did you talk to him Monday morning?
I told him he's running around acting normal. I come home and I went for at 11.
Did you feed him that morning anything?
I gave him probably Cheerios. That's what I always give him for breakfast. He likes to eat Cheerios.
So was he up running around when you left for work?
He was in bed, not running around, but he was up watching cartoons and kissed me goodbye. I wanted to go with me as normal. And
So his stomach wasn't hurting Monday morning?
not to my knowledge, but I do know when I came back home, that's when he was on the couch, he was taking a nap, and I noticed there was juice on the couch and on the floor, and so I was just like, what happened? I asked Kiyon what happened, and he said, I think he just spilled juice in his car and likes to take his top off his shoes and literally throw it all over the floor all the time. He's in a terrible two-stage head, so I didn't think anything of it. So I went back to work.
Okay, that was what, you came back home what time?
11.
At 11 o'clock a.m. And at that time, he's on the couch. Okay, and what's he saying at that time?
He's not saying anything, he was sleeping.
He was,
He was taking a nap when I walked in. And then when I came in, he looked up, got up, because he heard me come in the door. Acting normal, nothing was wrong. That's why I asked about the juice, because I just saw juice everywhere, and I saw him standing at the TV. Once I walked to my bathroom, I usually put myself down, I go to the bathroom, I come back, he's up, standing at the TV, waiting on me to come back out in the living room, and nothing is wrong.
so everything was fine at 11 o'clock with him?
Yeah.
Okay,
Much as I was up, literally running around, acting fine, and I left.
he didn't complain of stomach pain or nothing at that point, but you just noticed juice on the couch.
It was juice on the couch, juice on the floor. That's why I was just like, okay, he probably took his cup out, but then also the cup was in.
So he wasn't throwing up at that time?
I don't know if it was dope or not, and that's where I'm.
It didn't look like throw up, it looked like juice?
It's orange juice, so it's on my carpet, so at that point, like, there's no food or anything in it, it's just juice.
Okay, which he has a habit of throwing juice out?
He likes those things, but not this juice out is.
Okay. All right, so you leave at what time?
My class starts at 12:30, so I'm pretty sure I look about 12:15, because it's only down the road.
So, you were at the house for about an hour?
I eat lunch, I go back to work,
So what was he doing when you left?
still running around, wanting to come back. Obviously, he wants to come with me when I go back out the door, but he's acting normal.
What's Mr. Benton doing at that time?
In the room, watching TV.
Bedroom?
Yeah, he's usually in our room watching TV. We go in, like, Karter's room is right next to our room, so Karter's usually from the living room to his room. Both TVs are on. He's dragging toys, so we just leave all the doors open and he's running. So I'm pretty sure he probably in our room when I left.
What did y'all do at lunch?
I ate.
Okay, and they eat with you or you doing something else?
He's in the bed. I usually, when I come home, I sit with Karter. I eat. I go back and forth in there with him. It's kind of just about.
Alright, so when you left, he's still in the bedroom? He's been just laying in bed?
And Karter is, I can't really say because every day it's just like, I'm trying to leave out the house and he's trying to grab Karter so he doesn't see me leaving out the house and then scream, so I really can't say that he was in the room, but I know Karter was somewhere in the vicinity because I wouldn't have been able to get out of the door without.
Alright, so you leave at around 12:15. He's fine. He's not throwing up. He's not complaining of stomach pain at 12 o'clock on Monday. Okay, so you leave, you go back to class. Mr. Benton's there with you. Okay, so tell me from
from the time you leave until you get back home? You contact about anything?
No. So I go to work, he's fine. I don't remember, I really don't remember. I know I call at least 20 times a day, so I'm pretty sure I talked to him, and I'm pretty sure, like, nothing was wrong. I didn't have any knowledge of him throwing up until I got home and was in the kitchen, and he's literally vomiting everywhere while I'm in the kitchen trying to make me a plate food.
What time is that?
I get home, I leave usually around 4:30. I get back here at 5:30, but I have to drop off the car, so I'm pretty sure I probably came in the house about 6 o'clock.
Had anybody else been there?
No,
Nobody? All how do you know?
I don't let anybody in my house.
Was Mr. Benton have friends or anybody that comes over?
No.
Okay, so you have any friends that come hang out with him, or you don't have any friends that come hang out with him or anything?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so just him? Okay. So you get home at 6 and he's already gone?
When I got home at 6, I went in the kitchen to make some food. He's on the couch again, and I don't know, he threw up or he had stuff on his shirt, and I know that I went and took him and put him in the bathtub because I was like, okay, you're nasty, so you're in the bathtub. I put him in the bathtub, got him out of the bathtub. Once I put his clothes on, we went into the kitchen so that I can finish making my dinner or put it in the microwave. And that's when he throws up all in the kitchen. And I'm like, okay, I just gave you.
Had you thrown up before you got home?
That's what I don't know if the juice on the couch from earlier that day.
Find some juice for you, the juice.
No. The only other time that when I walked in the door, I just saw his shirt was a mess. So I was like, okay, maybe something's going on. He had to like throw up. So I told him, I was like, he had to have thrown up at some point while he was in the living room.
What did he say about it?
He said he didn't hear him call me. But that's not uncommon because when Karter throws up, it's not a dramatic thing. He does it. It's happened multiple times, but every time I get to the doctor, it's the stomach virus. It's probably the stomach virus.
Okay. So you walk in the door, his shirt was a mess. Here he had already vomited or something. You clean him up in the bathroom. Okay. How's he doing when you clean him up? How does he look? How does he
He's
feel?
fine. He put
complaining?
all his toys in the bathtub, played with his toys in the bathtub. Literally, that's why I was just, it was unclear what had happened, if he had thrown up or not at that point, because he wasn't acting like he was sick until I put his clothes on and he threw up again, and I was like, okay.
Is that as you got him out of the bathtub?
That's after I put his clothes on, we're in the kitchen, and literally as soon as I walked back into the kitchen, putting on his clothes and taking it back, he threw up.
What does it throw up look like?
It's orange, it's literally just juice everywhere. So that's when I was like, okay, that stuff on the couch early and all on the floor must be thrown up. It can't just be juice that he threw up. Because when he vomited the juice back out with me.
Did you ask Mr. Benton when he started throwing up? Or when he
I asked him if he noticed him throwing up or anything. He was like, no, I just came into the living room and I noticed like the juice all over the floor. I saw the cup.
So does he normally spend the day in the living room, Mr. Benton's in the bedroom?
He's not, Karter's not in, he chooses to be in the living room watch TV, but all the doors are open, so he just runs up and down, so he's running into yeah.
Gotcha. All right, so that was, you were cooking dinner about, you got on 6, so after you bathed him, you're in the kitchen with him, that's probably what time?
7:30.
Okay. So tell me about from 7:30 on.
From that point, after he threw up, I went and put him in the room.
So did he eat anything?
Not, I know he had just ate when he woke up from his nap from earlier, so I didn't feed him again, but he had thrown up.
Okay.
So I put him in bed, asked him if he's okay. He said his stomach hurts. So I said, okay, just lay down. Put him in bed. He
this is around 7:30, 8 o'clock, or?
This is around 8 o'clock when he he finally went to sleep around 8 o'clock.
Okay, and he was complaining?
I asked him what wrong, he said his stomach hurt. That was it. It wasn't a whole dramatic thing. It wasn't anything on his face. He wasn't acting a certain way. He just said his stomach hurt. So I told him to lay down. He whined for his cup of juice like he normally does because he always wants to lay down. I wouldn't give it to him because he had obviously been throwing up juice. And so I told him to just lay down. And then I went to the room and me and Kiyon, obviously we lay in the room and watched TV together. Karter goes to sleep. I got back up in the middle of the night to go check on him.
About what time?
2, 3. That's when I noticed there was throw up all over his bed, and he threw up in his sleep, and it was more juice. So I picked him up, put him in the other bed. When I picked him up, he just acted like when I touched him, it hurt, but then again, he was sleeping, and he doesn't like to be bothered when he's sleeping, so I mean, there was just nothing.
So you complained when you moved him to the other bed that he...
Just kind of did a jerk and turned his head.
Did he make any other complaints?
No, he was asleep.
That was between 2 and 3 a.m.?
Yeah.
And he went right back to sleep?
He never woke up.
So he never really woke up, he was
still asleep, and I just moved him.
but you noticed that he...
Yeah, he kind of jerked.
All right, so you put him in the other bed, he's thrown up more than one time?
No, just the one time in his little bed, and then that's when I picked him up and put him in the big bed. And when I went into that morning, there was no throwing or anything.
Okay. But he hadn't ate anything, all he's had is juice. And the throat that you see is what in color?
Orange.
Orange in color, okay. So you don't have anything else in the stomach? You didn't have water, no anything else in the food?
I tried to give him water. He didn't want that because he wanted juice, but I wouldn't give him juice because that's what he's throwing up.
Okay. So from 2 to 3 a.m., you moved him, you threw up one time to the other bed. You tell he's in a little bit of pain, put him in another bed, he's asleep, you go back to bed.
I get up at 6. The next morning, same routine. I go in the room, I check on him, he's still asleep. I asked him if he's okay. He said, Mommy, my stomach hurts. I asked if he wanted to go lay down with Kiyon. He said yes. And I went and I finished getting dressed. At some point, I guess Kiyon and got out of the room and when I got a shower, he was already in the room and I'm getting dressed. I don't get dressed in my room because I don't like for him to see me walking past the door all the time because he tries to get me, so I usually get dressed in the bathroom and finish up, and then I went back in the room to give them a kiss goodbye, and he's laying on Kiyon's chest. He kissed me goodbye. I asked him if he was okay. I put my hand on his back. He said yes.
That was around 26 and 7?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So...
When I leave the house, I have to leave the house at 7:15.
So did he go and get in his bed with Mr. Benton, or did you take him in there, or Mr. Benton go get him?
I don't know if he got up and went in there with Kiyon, or if Kiyon got up and went and got him, but somehow he got in there and was laying with him. I was in the shower and getting ready for work.
Okay. Before you got in the shower, he was still in his room?
Yes.
Okay, was he awake? Okay.
Wide awake.
But he was, says,
Just laying, he was just laying there. Saying stomach hurts. Wasn't acting a certain way.
Did he get out of bed while you were there?
No.
So did you ever see him up?
No.
So the only time you saw him that morning, he was either in his bed or in your bed with Mr. Benton? Okay. When you left, he's laying on the
acted like he was feeling bad last night. It's that time of year where all this happens for him anyway, so I said just give him a treatment.
But he had no breathing issues at all?
No. And usually when he does, it's progressive. It's not quick. It's the belly breathing, and then it's more belly breathing, and I can calm it down with the albuterol. But he wasn't doing that. So I looked at him. He was fine, and then he said, I don't know. He's like, I don't feel comfortable with him looking like this. He's never seen him in sick or anything. He's never been around when he was having those issues. So I don't know. So I told him, I said, just take him to the doctor. We live right there, which is the purpose of me living so close to the doctor because he has so many breathing issues this quick. I said, take him to the doctor, and by the time, he was running out the door, I was facing out the whole time. By the time he was running out the door, all I hear him saying is Karter, 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 and I'm asking what's going on, and he's like, I don't know, he just looks weak, and I'm like, well, just get there. Next thing I know, he's walking into the doctor's office, and I hear turning.
Had he been around anybody else other than you and Mr. Benton over the weekend?
Saturday, we went to my granddad's house.
Saturday, you went to your granddad's house. Tell me about that.
We went over there around 12:15. I put him to bed. He went to the nap while I cooked for my granddaddy. He woke up from his nap. We ate. We left about 3. Got back home.
Was he in your supervision the whole time?
Mm-hmm. Other than when he was in the room sleeping.
Who was all in the house?
Just me, my granddaddy, and him. And he runs around my granddaddy's house all the time. So he's back and forth. And I'm in the living room watching TV. And he's running around chasing after my granddaddy or just doing whatever.
When you see him in that terrible 2-stage, yeah.
Oh, yes. It was bad.
How do you deal with that? Tell me about his terrible 2s, you know, how ours was. How was he?
Carter's not a bad child. He's just, he has a little attitude, I would say. So his terrible 2s is more so throwing stuff when he gets mad, or snatching something, or if I tell him to put something back and instead of him putting it back, he'll throw it across the room. That's his terrible 2. So that's why
How do you handle that?
I laugh, honestly. I don't discipline him like I should, but it's just funny.
Yeah.
I mean,
Did you ever have to discipline at all?
yeah.
How was the discipline?
Popping him. I pop him all the time.
Where at?
And, but it does not faze him whatsoever. What phases him is putting him in timeout. So he has a chair. I'll make him go sit in timeout because that's the only thing that works is taking away stuff and not really popping him. So.
How does Mr. Benton deal with that?
Oh, he doesn't touch mine. No.
So you end up spanking him?
No, I don't.
What, I mean, he's got to do something when he's kind of controlling what you tell him to do or what you know that he does.
Carter doesn't get out. Carter's not out of control of other people except for me and his dad, honestly and truthfully. He kind of is shy, so he has more standoffish. Even at daycare, he doesn't really talk to the other kids there. He's always by himself. He goes to at-home daycare, so he's always by himself watching TV or something. Every time I pick him up, he's off in the corner somewhere. He's not a bad child, so there's no reason for anybody to have to discipline him. He only does it with me because he knows he can get away with it. Type of
Was he pretty comfortable around Mr. Benton?
Yes. He called him daddy.
All right, we're going to pretty much do the same thing with Mr. Benton. Just need to run through the timelines again, because obviously there's a lot of things when you on the,
He said that he woke up and blues on Monday. Because you didn't feed him that night because he was throwing up. You didn't feed him because you know he had eaten when he woke up for his nap. You know what he ate when he woke up for his nap?
Probably ravioli. That's what he always eats for lunch.
You recall Mr. Nick, what he ate?
I don't know, but I did cook on Sunday, so they did have 8 Sunday leftovers. Honestly, I don't know.
Okay, so we're gonna run through this, with Mr. Benton real quick, and then you and I'll talk again, okay?
Are you gonna talk to me?
Ma'am?
Are we gonna talk to me?
Yes, ma'am. If I need to provide you with an excuse for it, I will. It's just gonna take a little bit, okay?
We're gonna stop here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna stop here for the night. Don't talk about the case, don't let anybody talk about it with you. Please wear your buttons back in the morning, leave your notepads in the jury room. We're gonna start back at 8:45 tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you. You may be excused. Make sure you're avoiding the local news, okay? Because I know they've been wandering in and out too. All right, you step down back in the morning for me. And anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, we will stand in recess till tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. And council is volleyball practice, so I'll be sliding in at like 8:40. Most likely, if you need me, it'll be a little closer.
My only request is that we get the courtroom open earlier.
Yeah,
So-
the bailiffs can let you in at by 8:30.
And that's fine, I just
Yeah.
think, because of the old file format, I can't just scroll, because all the videos kind of came in with back-to-back witnesses, so
That's
I can't